So welcome to the 6th meeting of the Territorial Sea Plan Partner Working Group. I'm Marcus Chatfield. I'm the Undersea Cable Coordinator at Oregon Department of Land Conservation and Development. And we're just going to go around the table really quick and kind of do introductions, and then we'll have the folks online do introductions as well. So.
Hi, I'm Joanne Morris. I'm from Google, and I am the cable industry representative on this committee.
Hi, I'm Scott McMullen from the Oregon Fishermen's Cable Committee, and I live in Astoria, representing North Coast commercial fishing.
Jamie Faraday, I'm OPEC Coastal Large in this committee.
Tara Brock, OPAC Vice Chair, representing Coastal Conservation and Chair of this esteemed working group.
I'm Mike Graybill. I'm from the South Coast.
I'm Hoyt Adamski. I'm the South Coast Regional Rep with DLCD.
I Reed Burgett. I'm at the Department of Geology and Mineral Industries.
Good morning, Andy Lemire. I'm the Marine Affairs Coordinator for the Department of Land Conservation and Development and staff to the Ocean Policy Advisory Council.
Let's see who we have online here. Do you want to go next, Lene?
Sure. Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, good. Lene Rutledge, my apologies for not being there. I so wanted to be on the coast today and tomorrow, but I'm leaving for Ireland first thing tomorrow morning. So I'll be participating today. I've been to the site in Rockaway Beach, and I look forward to hearing people's reactions to the site visit tomorrow. But thanks a lot for having this online as well.
Thank you, Lene. Let's have Natalia. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, with an introduction?
Yeah.
So I'm Natalia Stranatka, submerged cable analyst, Department of State Land.
Thank you, Natalia. Becky Anthony.
Yeah, hi, I'm Becky Anthony from Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Let's see, Bill Henry.
Hi, Bill Henry, Pacific Ocean Energy Trust, and I'm standing in for Jason Bush, who will be able to join the call a little bit later on today.
Thank you. Delia Kelly.
Morning, everyone. Delia Kelly, Ocean Energy Coordinator with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Sorry, I couldn't be there in person.
Thank you. Jeff Burright.
Morning, everybody. I'm Jeff Burright. I am the Federal Consistency Review Coordinator at DLCD.
Thanks, Jeff. Laurel Hillman.
Morning, everybody. Laurel Hillman, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, and apologies for not being there in person as well. I had planned to, but some stuff came up. So happy to participate this way.
Thank you, Laurel. Katie Maurice.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Katie Morris. I'm a member of the public. I'm a permitting and environmental lead for Deep Blue Pacific Wind, a floating offshore wind developer.
Stan Dynack.
Yeah, hi, good morning, everyone. Stan Dynack here. I work for Microsoft. I'm here sitting on the for public view and comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think that's everybody online. So welcome. We're going to go over to the agenda really quick, and then actually let's do this is the meeting summary from the last meeting.
We missed Susan.
Yeah, did we?
Oh, sorry, I thought I got everybody. Susan Chambers.
No worries, no worries. Hey everybody, I'm sorry I couldn't be there. Susan Chambers, South Coast Fisheries Rep on OPAC and Chair of OPAC, and Jamie and Mike, you're missing a nice hailstorm here on the South Coast right now. So,
well, we've got snow on the ground here.
Well, I hope you guys enjoy the tour. I hear it's going to be really, really something. So happy to be here. Sorry I couldn't be there in person.
Thank you, Susan. So this is the meeting summary from last month's meeting. You can take a look at it on the website on oregon.info on the TSP Part 4 working group page. Is there any changes to that anyone would like to make?
Hi, this is Lene. I think as I read through it, it showed that I was at that meeting and I was not.
Okay, thank you. I will.
Yep. I think there was a list of participants.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, any other changes? Okay, moving on. So our agenda today is a little bit different than normal because we're doing a hybrid meeting today. So we're starting at 10-ish with welcome and introductions and this overview, and then we're going to move on to the meeting schedule of the next couple of days and next month's meeting, talk about the site tours. Then we're going to jump right into discussing the draft amendments here really quickly. And that will start with the structure and background and the glossary of terms. Then we'll take a quick break at 11, come back at 11:15 to discuss policies, and then take lunch at noon. 1 o'clock, we'll do a public comment period to 1:30, and then we'll start jumping into implementation requirements, and that'll be basically the rest of our afternoon with some breaks or a break, and then the plan for the next meeting, and we'll be done at 4. So the site tour schedule for the next couple of days, today we're having this meeting here from 10 to 4, and then at 4:30 we'll gather at the Alaska Communication Systems Beach Manhole. 4:50 we'll gather at the Alaska Communications Cable Landing Station facility, and that will be done at 5:30. Tomorrow, the 13th, will be in Hillsborough. At 11 a.m. we'll be at the ACS Cable Network Operations Center, and break for lunch at noon. It'll be kind of a long lunch because we can't meet at Flex Central until 2 p.m. And then that will go to 3 o'clock. Be done for the day. So these are our upcoming meetings. So we only have one more after this one, so 2 including today and tomorrow. And that the next meeting will be on the 10th of May. I'll have the meeting materials out to everybody on the 3rd, and I would love to have written feedback on the draft language by the 17th. If you don't have it by then, you can get it to me after that, but I would like to have it earlier if possible.
So Marcus,
Go
that
ahead.
would be the final one, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there may be this, that'll be the final meeting is in May. There may be more, if I do more than one draft after May, I'll send that out for everyone to look at and send back any comments at that, before we send it out. So we're just gonna jump into this because that doesn't take very long. So this is the original table of contents on the left-hand side here. That I put together from just what was in the territorial sea plan part 4, and on the right hand side is the new one based on some changes that I've made. We'll kind of talk about that on the next page. So some of the discussion points for the changes that were made to this is that move the explanation of the federal, state, and local policy background section as we discussed in the March meeting. We removed the section on cable systems development. So this was done based on a comment from ODFW that the section seemed out of place and that the information contained in it would be better provided somewhere outside this document. It does seem out of place within the territorial sea plan itself. We don't really have these large background sections that are really in detail like that. And so that was replaced, that section was replaced with an expanded discussion provided to us by Department of State Lands on critical infrastructure, because that needed to be expanded upon anyway. And then we moved the burial section into installation under 4.5. And then under 4.7 maintenance, we have the inspection. Does anyone have any thoughts on these changes? Anything that anyone would like to talk about regarding this?
Well, Marcus, I was a little unclear on 2.4 where it talks about local regulations.
Yeah, so that has not been, you mean 2. Oh yeah, I guess that should be, those should not all say 2.2. I don't know why they do.
Yeah, 2.2 is federal, 2.3 state, 2.4 local.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I made a comment, and I don't know if these comments were live. I kind of assumed that they went out, but I don't know how.
I didn't get any,
Okay.
I didn't get comments from you, but go ahead. That section, those sections aren't completed yet because that's just extant things, but
Right, well, but my comment will be germane regardless, and
absolutely.
the fact that, every county or city jurisdiction is gonna have their own rules. I don't see that it makes a lot of sense to include it in the state document saying, because it'd be constantly needing to be changed every time one city or one county changed a rule. So it seems like if we even have them, and I'm not sure that this document needs to, but if we had them, they should be in an appendix that doesn't require the process for a territorial sea plan amendment to update.
Absolutely.
So
I hear what you're saying. I think my plan for that section was to just state that there are a lot of different jurisdictions, various county and city, and that it's going to be different based on each location.
Yeah.
But the most common permits that you might need to get would be these, like a conditional use permit or
Okay.
something like that.
Yeah, that's probably my thought as well, that we just can't be afraid of that there is some other permits should be obtained from counties or local government or consultation with the tribal, just reference to that this is exist, because this is part of the coordination.
Are we diving into comments now, or are we just?
If it has to do with the changes that were made to the sections.
Yeah,
Then-
like,
then
well, we're
sure.
just on this 2.4 right now.
Sure,
and
absolutely.
looking at local, I would make sure that you didn't include tribes in local.
Yeah,
And
They're federal. Unless we have unrecognized tribes on the coast that I'm not familiar with. And if there are unrecognized tribes that are not recognized by the federal government, then they should be recognized in a local.
Marcus, will there be at least a hierarchy statement that here might be the general permits you might need at the local level and just a general requirement that you comply with all local requirements?
Absolutely.
So that the part 4 will say, hey, you need to comply with all this stuff.
And on that section, I wasn't really clear why federal consistency was referenced under federal. Because I thought that was really something that was addressed by the delegation to the states, for federal consistency. So federal consistency is identified under state and federal. And it just seems like my understanding is that's delegated to the state, so it should be referenced under state.
thank you very much. Any other thoughts?
So I noticed that the chartlets showing the global infrastructure and the local Oregon cables, they're struck through, so it's been removed, but was that going to be an appendix?
I was gonna move those down to the charts and maps appendix, so that they'd still be available.
Oh, so including text.
Well, no, the text, I was just going to reference the undersea cable best practices document, and then put the charts that are there into the appendix.
Yeah, because it's like House bill address basically telecommunication cables. And we need to point it out something about that and provide maps and not just jump critical infrastructure. So it should be something, at least one paragraph before the critical infrastructure, like general.
Okay.
And reference to appendixes.
Hey, Marcus, Andy, sorry, is there an extra? Sorry, and
You want to introduce yourself?
oh, yeah, Blake, I'm working for the state land proprietary specialist. Handle planning and policy for one-way use authorization.
Jeff Barright, did you have your hand up? I thought I saw it, but I guess I don't see it now.
I did, but I don't think it's relevant at the moment, so I'll save it. Thanks.
Excellent.
I did have a question on, I'm thinking through the local piece and Scott mentioned a potential appendix. I don't know that that would, I do think it could be useful, and this is probably outside of our scope here, but at some point to think about sort of a landing page for applicants that says, at least would point people to the right. Like, here's the link to the Tillamook County requirements, land use planning. Yeah, I think that that could be something to consider in the future. You know, where that's housed, probably not within the TSP, because as Scott said, that will change. And as those changes, we're not going to put that in the TSP every time. But a way for people to easily link out to, here's all the coastal counties, you know, and just make it easier. And for not only applicants, but members of the public to understand the process and all the various requirements, to be a very helpful thing, whether it's an appendix or really just a separate place on our website.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, and not only for.
Jeff has his hand raised, I think, to respond to this point.
I do, yes. If you're not aware of it, we do have a federal consistency web portal that is facing towards applicants, and it talks about all of the requirements of a federal consistency review. And when it comes to identifying enforceable policies, we actually have a map-based tool where you can draw a box around your project's location and it will automatically generate the list of the enforceable policies. When it comes to the local jurisdictions, at the moment, it just has a generic, this is your local jurisdiction, contact your local planning office for Tillamook, for example. And then you leave it to the local experts in that jurisdiction to help you identify what the relevant policies are. So it's out there.
Yeah, you want to share that link for us, Jeff?
Sure, I will post it in the chat, but it's ocmp.info/federal consistency.
So yeah, that will help with enforceable policies. I think we could consider something beyond it, at least a reference to that would be helpful. I think to include in some way as an appendix.
Yeah, appendix and probably links for also other different agencies, federal and states.
Yeah.
That applicants can use the code. And maybe links for that Ryan report, if it would be separately.
For the best practices report.
And the Dogami report.
And the Dogami.
So we
geological
might
report.
put text there, but we just put this. People want to know more.
Great. Any other thoughts on this section before we move on?
Can I ask a technical, this might be an Andy question. If we include stuff in an appendix to the TSP, what is the process for having to amend those? Is it the same as having to amend the TSP?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so it wouldn't really change. Okay. Thanks.
Mike?
At the end of part 2, there's a note that talks about that the policy that the LCD did something in January. If we're doing such a substantial revision to this, is that still even going to be necessary text?
That is old text that was in the original part 4 language.
Yeah.
And I believe that we should strike that.
Yeah. As I'm trying to interpret my red line through versus red underline on my text version, I'm considering that that is text that has been carried forward. But if it's referencing something in 2000 and we're doing such extensive revisions for it.
I mean, we probably still should have, you know, the disclaimer stating that the background material does not affect the mandatory policies in the section. I think that that's still pertinent.
Yeah, but we've eliminated a whole bunch of that background material, so. Anyway, it's just kind of an editorial flag.
But the question, should this note be at the end of section 2, or maybe just in the beginning of territorial C plan, like preamble or
Yeah, I think,
we have here, like this amendment were adopted and maybe include some text that it would not affect any other.
yeah, we could just say that the tech, background text, maps and illustrations. Yeah, but we can attach that to the beginning display.
I have a recollection that it was like on the bottom of the first page of the original part 4. So I think
It
that
was right before policies.
Yeah.
Anything else about this, about talking about this? We are gonna move kind of into some detail about the purpose, goals, objectives sections. And looking at that critical infrastructure section next. So any thoughts on how things have been moved around so far?
Under the objectives, 1.3, in the list of EFGHI, the one thing that I didn't see referenced would be the reference to cables or infrastructure for pipelines or those things that the whole jargon phrase now about along shore devices or structures. Most of these talk about referencing coming to shore, but there's also now discussion I'm seeing in Europe, for example, where they're actually using the seabed as a transmission corridor, where they're, instead of doing land-based transmission, they're just using the seabed and running parallel to shore. And I just didn't see any reference to along shore infrastructure that's in water but runs the length of the shoreline. And that's a practice that I've picked up on just observing what's going on in Europe right now, where they're trying to build a grid system. And if we're talking about creating energy infrastructure at sea, there is potential that instead of trying to come to shore and run up and down the coast, there may be proposals to actually run in the water up and down the coast.
If I could make a comment to that, like there is some of that occurring here now off the West Coast. We don't think of it that way because they go all the way offshore into deep ocean and then they transfer. We have a couple cables that go offshore of Oregon, get into the abyss, and then go down to California and come back onshore. So, and our first question was why do that? It actually, cable owner said it was safer than going down the I-5 corridor. And there's too many back rows that have a risk of damaging the cable, and offshore out in the abyss, it's fairly safe.
So these, again, these objectives looked like they were trying to really pin down all the range of possibilities. And it just came as a question in my mind, just to say, well, do these objectives actually address a proposal that would be to run something parallel to shore?
I would assume it would, since it's in the territorial sea.
That would be my assumption too, because the way that the language they're using is projects on, affixed to, or buried under the sea floor. It doesn't talk about having to cross into the Pacific or wherever. So I feel like the language would cover a parallel.
Go ahead, Scott.
While we're on this topic of goals and objectives, I had a comment. Our goal talks about really two things. It talks about preserving ecological functions, and it also talks about preserving the services provided by cables, pipelines, etc. So I thought in the objectives, we ought to really have that same, we ought to have an objective that indicates part of our objective is to preserve those services. I took a quick stab, which probably can be improved on quite a bit, but I added a objective D, maintain Oregon's place where submarine cable infrastructure coexists with other ocean users and supports the communication and utility services provided by that infrastructure to the state.
Yeah, if you can send that to me, that way I have that language, that would be great.
I just want to take the pulse of the rest of the group because I think that's reflective. I think the fact that it's in our goal but not in our objectives means that adding something in our objectives makes sense. Does the rest of the group agree with that idea? I'm seeing head nods around the
I say
room.
yes. So,
Okay, thank you. I think that's a good suggestion, Scott.
all right, so I guess I'll go ahead. That's all.
Yeah, I also have a question. So do we replace utilities and infrastructure by words projects?
Yeah, so in the, oh, you're saying, should we do that in these other areas?
No, I'm asking if
I
it
did.
was replaced, because in some area I can see it's still like utilities and infrastructure, and let's say, well, infrastructure is physical objects. When we saying project, it could be understand, it's
Could be
include everything,
installation.
verification, certification, all those application process. And when we're talking about infrastructure, it's clear that this is physical infrastructure. So that was confusing in some area, like it's clear, you need to decommissioning project. So how you can decommissioning project?
Yeah.
So that just to be clear with the terminology when we use project and.
Well, I think about it as a project could have many pieces of infrastructure.
Yeah.
And so decommissioning may be different depending upon the element of the project that you're speaking about. And so I don't want to necessarily conflate those two things. I want to, you know, when we get an application, it's for the entire project, it's for all the different elements. And when we consider the needs in decommissioning, the application or the decision about decommissioning should be coincident with the different elements, that because not everything will make sense if you apply it broadly across the entire project. So that I think is okay to have a distinction between the two.
Yeah, it's okay, but I think in some places,
Yeah.
it was clear just project and maybe added clarification
Okay.
or added in terminology.
Okay.
Do we have project?
I think, yeah, it's under terminal. We'll get to that here in just a moment. Were there any other thoughts on the goals or objectives of, well, let's see, what are-
I did have one on the purpose, kind of similar, when we're just talking about terminology, we talk about infrastructure development. Fixed to or buried, you know, I think we really go beyond this development, we talk about maintenance and decommissioning and operation in here. So making sure we're kind of defining, it's not just the development of that infrastructure and getting all the permits and getting it in place, it's the broader management of that, right, the longer term as well.
So would that work just to strike the word development?
Probably, or add, you know, maintenance, not, will add more words or perhaps just strike development, but thinking through this isn't just about the implementation phase, it's, we talk about more here than that, the ongoing maintenance and potential decommissioning.
Thank you, Tara. Anyone else? Oh,
Are we discussing terminology now or?
not yet. We'll get to that in just a moment. I promise.
I want to provide, Laurel provided a comment in the chat. I think it's useful to interject that as we had a discussion previously about north-south cables. She mentions that state parks rules don't allow north-south cables under the ocean shore. So that is a different element of the conversation. So I think a north-south cable would be out past the edge of the territorial sea.
Well, Laurel, are you always talking about what's on the ocean
The shore,
or
where-
what's actually in the territorial sea?
Just the ocean shore.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in our Division 20
In
rules.
the territorial sea, I mean, there are rules in DSL that preclude in the south.
There are or are not. Yeah, I didn't think that there would be. But I think the logistical challenges of putting a cable in the territorial sea north-south would be very significant.
I mean, it's hard enough to get around Rocky Shore and going, out into the continental shelf. To have to move around all those bits and pieces going more south, it seems.
This may actually relate to a comment that I was going to suggest, that under the background, they talk about pipelines. And in that first paragraph under that number 2 background, they spell out natural gas and hydrogen pipelines. But there's also pipelines under consideration for things like carbon capture and storage. So I didn't know if it was necessary to actually spell out the nature of the material that we carried in the pipeline, just to say that they would be pipelines. And similarly, in that same sentence, it spells out cables from offshore wind farms. Well, there could be cables from wave energy facilities. So I don't know that we need to spell out the type of cables, that it might just be cables from energy facilities or electrical transmission cables. But I could see that if we're dealing with some sort of a pipeline structure, that there would be a rationale in one of these sandy beach cells to come to shore and run parallel to shore with a pipeline. That might be a simpler project to consider than trying to come ashore and run the pipeline parallel to shore. It might be simpler to just stay in a sands bottom area. And you probably aren't going to be wanting to run a pipeline, my thinking, not an engineer, probably aren't going to be wanting to install something running parallel to shore as a pipeline in really deep water. You probably want to have that in a shallower water setting. That may include the territorial sea.
Thank you. Delia, did you have something?
Have you moved on? I had a question really for the group about the first section. Have you moved on?
We're still in the first section. I can move slides back to wherever you'd like us to talk about.
Yeah, so I'm listening to the conversation as this is a fantastic conversation about purpose and goal and objectives. I'm concerned about the level of detail that's been brought in as opposed to the way part 4 has been for years. And I don't want anything in here that's going to limit our flexibility to interpret part 4 as appropriate for individual projects. And I'm concerned that the more detail we get, the less flexibility we have in interpretation in the long run. And so I just wanted to ask the group, is the intent of adding this, are we trying to get more detailed, and are others, particularly at state agencies, concerned about any limitation on future flexibility of interpretation? Just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, thanks, Delia. I do think we do not want to be overly prescriptive in our work because of that concern. And in that regard, like a discussion that will come up later is how prescriptive are we going to be in describing activities of the joint agency review team, as an example. So I am trying to keep an eye out for basically recommendations or policies that will limit the state in its ability to have flexibility in making decisions. And I want to meet kind of an 80-20 kind of a rule where we capture most of the things that we want to have very clear guidance on. But there will be some level of detail that if we include it now, it could be harmful later. So I am keeping an eye on that, and just would urge you, if you have specific points that you think are getting us to that, to call them out for us.
Yeah, I'm struggling, and I'll just reiterate to everyone, I apologize. I mean, I've had to come in and out of this process, and so I didn't want to show up and be like, hey, what's this about? If that's a discussion that the group has already had. I guess ultimately I'm not sure what the need is to, sort of the rationale for why this whole state perspective section has been added. if it,
which section specifically, Delia?
so the purpose and goal and objectives, 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3, is, you know, the phraseology here is a lot more specific than the previous version of part 4, which was very brief. So if there's a reason for adding it, if it has to do with, you know, the bill language or trying to, you know, integrate or update, I'm just concerned about it limiting our long-term ability to use the policy, that's all.
Yeah, I think the first sections are included, you know, to provide context and further guidance. You know, the policy language is really what's going to be clued in on, and at the end of the day, the enforceable policies that we write are going to be some of the most important things that come out of this update. And I think we were trying to have a product that has a similar level of detail and thoroughness as our latest revision to part 3 of the territorial sea plan. So
Okay.
in that part, there is a goal section, there's purpose, there's some objectives laid out. And I think those do provide additional context for which we can think about interpretation of the policies that are written down.
If I can
Thanks,
add,
that makes a lot of sense, yeah.
I also think that if we do keep that, the caveat note that states this background material will in no way affect the mandatory policies of this section, that's kind of, you know, to cover us saying like the whole background section is just to provide context. That's not to limit our flexibility in the interpretation of the policies or the implementation measures.
Yeah, I let's lean into that then, Marcus, and make sure that that caveat is adequate, because terminology does get used in terms of, you know, what's relevant and what's applicable to any certain project review. And so, you know, I'm looking at words like strategic framework and potential threats, and, you know, those can be subjectively interpreted over time. So anyway, that's enough about that. I just wanted to get a little clarification on that. I appreciate the discussion. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other thoughts about those first couple of sections before I move on?
Can I ask a clarifying question? Not being familiar with all 6 sections of the territorial sea, how many are there? 5, yes, of course, 5. Showing that I'm not familiar. There's other activities that go on in the territorial sea, such as ocean dumping, or perhaps mining. And are they covered by other sections of the territorial sea plan?
It depends upon the action that you're referring to. And in general, when the territorial sea plan was adopted, part 2 of the territorial sea plan provided the decision-making framework for any action prior to part 4 or part 5 being implemented. It was the framework by which the state would ask the question of how does this new proposed use intersect with resources and uses that the state of Oregon has identified through Goal 19, the Oregon Ocean Resources Management Act, as being important to the state. So that ergo the requirement to have an applicant submit the resources inventory and effects evaluation so that we would be able as a state to understand whether or not that proposed activity was consistent with state policies and goals. So as additional pieces of the territorial sea plan have been developed for topic specific kinds of actions, you know, the state has invested time and resources to ask the question of, is there a better way to deal with those topic specific types of concerns or development requirements? And that's why we have had part 4, part 5 built. There may be a part 6 that comes to the state at some future point in time. That could be aquaculture, it could be underwater vintage winery storage. I mean, who knows, like what the uses, future uses of our ocean are going to be. And so, you know, this, in building this framework, the state has adopted a flexible, you know, plan that can be built upon over time as those new uses are being considered.
Mike, just for information, the part 4, part 5 are amendments. And so it wasn't part of the original TSP. And I think part 4, the first version of part 4 was 2000. Wind cables started to become an issue for Oregon, and the state said, hey, we need to do something about that. That's the time, that was the time that I was appointed to OPAC, was right when that happened.
So then to these activities of mining and ocean dumping are
they're not specifically
addressed, they would be generically addressed with the Goal 19 framework. So there wouldn't be a separate amendment.
Well, there could be. I mean, there could be a separate amendment for aquaculture and mining and hydrogen production, whatever. But it would take the Land Conservation and Development Commission to actually adopt an amendment and OPAC to recommend it, I suppose.
Yeah, so if there was a proposed new use that we wanted to develop a state policy around, the way that would work is that there can be a letter submitted to the Ocean Policy Advisory Council with a request that OPAC develop policy or a plan on how to deal with whatever that act is. And OPAC would have to receive that letter and say, yes, that's a good idea. Let's stand up a working group and consider a new part of the territorial sea plan. That request would go to my commission, and the commission would actually have to review the request and then approve the rulemaking effort. Because of the co-stewardship relationship that the council has with my commission, you know, that back and forth is necessary, and that it will get multiple stakeholders and multiple eyes on that proposed plan of action. And there is a balance there because it will take state resources to develop new parts of the territorial sea plan. It will, you know, require agency commitments of every agency that sits on the Ocean Policy Advisory Council. And so I think as a part of the natural kind of action that OPAC looks at, that they would be factored in to, is this a priority for the state? Is it likely that we're going to see more of that same kind of action or that same kind of application? And if so, then there may be a tipping point that it's helpful for the state to have that policy, and therefore we would take that action to add or clarify parts of the territorial sea plan.
It just strikes me that this plan, as it addresses new infrastructure for this cables, pipelines, and utilities, gives deference and primacy to pre-existing uses. So you got to work around whatever else is already going on in the ocean. There's a proposal right now in Coos Bay to establish a new dredge material disposal area in the territorial sea, 2 square miles of ocean. It almost sets up this race to see who gets there first. Just to say, well, if I can get my dredge material disposal site things, then we don't have to worry about cables there. That kind of deal, because it's very clear that pre-existing uses have primacy over whatever this amendment is designed to address. So I don't know. It was just as I read through this whole thing, you have to do scenario playing in your mind just to say, well, what if? And it just struck me that a new dredge material disposal site would eliminate a possible or potentially very viable pipeline or transmission cable corridor.
I mean, I think in general, that's the broad structure of how development is carried out on land, just like it is in the ocean, right? So, you know, the broad goals of marine spatial planning are to provide compatible use where possible, but, you know, the new proposed uses are are brought forward, they are considered in the construct of what's already there and what's been recognized by the state. So I do think that's the way that the plan has developed over time and how our existing uses. And if there are new dredge material disposal sites being proposed, those will be actions that we as a state review for federal consistency to ensure that those are in the right place to ensure protection of habitats and consistency with other uses. Like you wouldn't want to put a new dredge material disposal site over an important reef that's used by the fishing industry, as an example. So those would have to be weighed, as they are being considered. And if they are approved, then we do have the need to amend the portions of the territorial sea plan that actually have those as mapped resources and uses. Right, so part 5 would have to change because dredge material disposal sites were identified in part 5 of the territorial sea plan as not being appropriate for development of marine renewable energy. So they are an exclusion area that just the state will not consider. But that's not the case for all uses and all activities, right? There are some that are going to be compatible and others that are not.
We've been addressing new uses kind of in a one at a time situation. Does this address where you would have how to resolve two concurrent proposals? So we've got one entity, a port authority proposing a dredge material disposal site. We've got an offshore wind energy operator proposing a cable landing. Is there a need for this section or this amendment to address how primacy would be established for two proposed activities in a similar ocean area?
To cable or pipeline or to fully a dredge site.
Either or, just two different entities proposing the use of the seabed.
I suppose it is the first project that gets permitted is the one that would get primacy.
But they could both be going through a permitting process at the same time.
Yeah, the first one comes in and it has higher impacts than the second.
I honestly,
I think also, and just needs to get about tables, as critical infrastructure, like do those take any sort of priority over other uses? Not
Cables.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there could.
Well, they
be
were called out in part 5 as a resource that the state has invested in and needs to be protected from marine renewable energy development. So in a way, that element of the plan did establish that priority of protection.
Bill Henry's had his hand raised for a while. Bill?
Thanks. I was just listening to that dialogue a few minutes ago about this, north-south cables and the extent to which that should be anticipated or thought about in this. I just want to share from the offshore wind planning perspective. It does seem like that's something that could be useful to think about going forward, is this idea of north-south cables, just given that I think it's not entirely likely that the potential offshore wind areas are going to line up perfectly with where the best grid connection location is on shore. And there could be some, sort of displacement north to south between those locations. Don't know how far that could be. But I just wanted to mention that I think that's valuable to have that be something that's contemplated in general as we go through this conversation.
Do we think that that's something that needs to be called out differently than other cables, in that it's, if it's within the territorial sea and it's using the seafloor, it seems to be covered, whether it's running east-west or north-south, right?
Yeah, I don't think I have a strong view on that right at this moment. I was just sharing that context, but I think we'll take that and kind of get back and see if there's anything that we wanted to share in more detail there.
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts on this background section before we move on to the next section? gonna move on to the international law and treaty obligations. So that the big section that we had was replaced with this blurb from.
Marcus,
Yes,
sorry, really quick, did you capture, I think it was Mike's comment about removing the wind farm specificity from the background section? And
I did
got-
capture the comment about removing specificity, like material in pipelines or the type of energy facility.
Yeah, I had the same comment, so I just wanted to make sure that was in there. I would suggest removing wind farms and just saying renewable energy development.
Okay, excellent, thank you. So that section on international law and treaty obligations was replaced with this kind of smaller section from DSL that they sent us, which I think is great, and it calls out the things that we may need to talk about, but doesn't go overly into detail. Any thoughts on that change? Okay. One of the other kind of bigger changes was this addition of the critical infrastructure. So Natalia put this together for us. It's from the Patriot Act as well as CISA, Department of Homeland Security, and I think that it's kind of important to call this out because not only are cables critical infrastructure, but in the future, if certain other things could also be considered critical infrastructure because they are utilities or pipelines, energy, that kind of stuff. So I thought that this was a good addition and a good expansion on that original little blurb on critical infrastructure. Any thoughts on this change?
I think it's a good change.
Yeah, good job.
Good addition.
Okay. So now we can move to the terms. I have pulled out some terms here.
Delia's
Oh,
raised
go
her
ahead, Delia.
Sorry, you're moving too fast for me.
I apologize.
That's okay. That's okay. I think everybody is much better, much more well-versed with this than I am, and I apologize for that. So in the international and federal and state sections, could there be something, I'm concerned that this is not a complete list. And it won't be a complete list in the long run. And I don't want it to be limited or presented as if it is. And so could something be added, or, I prefer more general language than this, a specific bullet list of federal laws and state jurisdictions and so forth implies that that's the only considerations that we need to have in mind as we go through this. And that's not the case. So if the rest of the group feels that we should keep sections 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3, and I suppose 2.4, I just think it needs to be phrased in a way that it's clear that these are just some of the considerations, examples, not a full list.
Well, there's typically language, it could be just say, but not limited to, in these still to be developed text sections, under these headings of federal, state, you can just say these are jurisdictions that should be considered but are not limited to.
Laurel, you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I just had a question about that last sentence under 2.5, and is that intended to be just sort of an introductory sentence, or is it directive of next steps, or it's just saying we need these things? I'm just wondering about is it then that's when it goes through all those things, or is it just identifying a gap?
Yeah, so when this section is over, we then jump into policies. So it's kind of a transition.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. I just don't see what's next. So I was just unclear about the purpose of that sentence. Thank you.
And a similar statement was in the previous, right? Sort of at the top.
Yeah.
And can I add about federal, state, and local? Yeah, those bullets, just from original outline, I just thought it could be just an example of what things should be considered, but it's flexible and it's open.
Absolutely.
If we need to add something or to it.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts before we jump into the terminology?
Just, I like the addition of the 2.1 and the 2.2, 2.3, 2.4. Although I do share concerns with, that, we might be limiting ourselves by identifying, too much. So I think, some but not limited to language would be good. That said, we can always amend it, correct? I mean, if new rules and regulations come up, that's a really good reason to open it back up and insert those into the federal, state, and local. And, I trust that the OCD will when new regulations come up and, be able to identify that stuff. So I think we should identify as much as we know right now, is what I would say.
Any other thoughts? All right. So this is by no means the entire list of the terminology that I have included. But these are ones that I thought were important to bring up. One that I wanted to talk about as a specific point myself is there. So these definitions are either taken from the statewide planning goals or from the territorial sea plan itself. Or they weren't available in either of those places, and then I developed for it. But I did find two different definitions for mitigate or mitigation, and they're both listed on here. And I thought that combining them in some way might be pertinent to this work. And then otherwise, I wanted to see what people's thoughts were on the ones that I have included here. Oh, actually, we will talk about this right after a break. Let's take a break for about 15 minutes. And then we can get back to this and people can look at it. It's in the very back.
But this is new one.
Okay, we are unmuted. All right, guys, welcome back. We got about 45 minutes, I think, before lunch will get here. So let's try and get through this next section at least.
Absolutely. So we were talking about the definitions of mitigate and mitigation. Jeff provided some information in the chat, which Andy's showing up here on the screen. Jeff, did you want to expand on this or talk about this at all?
Sure, I can do my best here. So we've been looking at how mitigation is defined across Oregon state policies recently, and came to discover that there are two places already in existence: the ODFW Fish and Wildlife Habitat Mitigation Policy in Oregon Administrative Rule, oh gosh, which one is that? 635. And then in OAR 660, which contains goal exceptions. There's also a definition that was recently passed, a definition of mitigation as it relates to goal 18, the beaches and dunes goal. And the way it works, if you can see the chat, is very similar to the hierarchy that you all have in part 4, where you say first you avoid it by not taking the action altogether. Next, you minimize those impacts, then rectify. D is interesting because it talks about reducing or eliminating the impact over time by preserving and maintaining operations during the life of the development and by monitoring and taking appropriate corrective measures. This is a very wordy way to define adaptive management, which is something where you mention adaptive management in your plan, but you don't actually define it. And this is kind of nice that it's right there. And then finally, compensating for the impact by replacing or providing suitable resources or environments. And so there is this hierarchy concept that is replicated in other parts of our state policy. And my recommendation, or I guess just my observation, is you have an opportunity here where if you want to, you could join with that same structure and apply it here as well. And I guess my recommendation for this moment would be let's look at the section 3 policies when we get there, because that's when this really becomes applied, is in that very first policy we put forward. And there you use the terminology maintain and protect natural resources, ecosystem integrity, etc. But you could theoretically just say, you know, a project shall mitigate to the maximum extent practicable any effects in all these categories. And then you define mitigate using this hierarchical structure. And now it's all neat and nested and fits together. So just some thoughts to consider.
Thank you, Jeff.
Andy, is it possible to record the chat or copy it and like save it for us and the meeting?
Yeah. There's a chat log that I get as the Zoom administrator for every meeting, and it includes all chat messages. So
That'd be helpful, so
I
we
can
don't have to
capture
track.
that and, yeah.
So are we commenting on section 3?
We're just commenting on these terms. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that mitigation, it's really quite extensive. And basically any rules or policy they adopt based if it's related to fishery or some other area. But in general, on international, like any international convention that they used in general, mitigation is minimize the negative impact on the environment. So the word negative, because if it's positive, you don't need to mitigate. And I don't see this. Well, I mean, the same meaning, it just really long and extensive that you need to compensate, that you need to restore, but this is basically minimize negative impact. So this is just, and I don't know, we have minimize and mitigate. Let's say if you look at definition, minimize, reduce or avoid, and then mitigate or minimization. So basically it's the same as minimized. I don't know if we need to minimize because according to this definition, it's the same as mitigation because mitigation already include minimization. Because we cannot avoid anyway. It's already not in the natural. If we have some project, it's not the same.
Delia, you have your hand raised?
Yeah, thanks. I support Jeff's suggestion to either incorporate the mitigation hierarchy from our existing policy or just reference the policy. Either one of those, I think, would be a sufficient way to go. But the mitigation hierarchy is what it is. You avoid first. That's the preferred. I'd like to see a revision, if others are amenable to it, to the definition of avoid. It doesn't make sense to me to say avoid to the maximum extent practicable, because that's minimization. So I put an alternate suggestion in the chat for avoid, that is basically just don't do that thing in that place. That's avoidance. However, I'm sure, Marcus, you could come up with more elegant language than that for it. But the hierarchy is essentially avoid, then minimize, then mitigate the remainder. So if you've already minimized something to the maximum extent practicable, there is still a remainder, and that is where you mitigate. And so I think you need to have that whole hierarchy intact. Restoration, I think it needs to be in here, but we need to have some way to acknowledge that restoration in the ocean isn't really technically feasible. At least I'm not aware of restoration mechanisms within the ocean. So there's passive restoration, certainly, for things like, once a cable is laid, letting the sediment resettle. Anyway, so I just would want there to be some thought put into that, so that we're not creating an onerous requirement where it's not really, it's sort of a land-based concept. That's it.
I hear you, Delia. Would removing infrastructure not be considered active restoration?
Yeah, I do. I forgot it.
Lene,
Yes. Hold
are
on.
you, are
Yes.
you,
Yes.
Let me handle that, Delia. I
Okay.
got it.
thank you. Yeah, it's a good question, Marcus. I don't have an answer for you. I think, yeah, we certainly want to have decommissioning to the maximum extent, but I don't know that that is in and of itself called restoration.
If you're
That's
talking about
that's
buried
decommissioning.
infrastructure, decommissioning may, the ecological consequences of leaving it in place may be lower than removal, because if you've got buried infrastructure that's been buried for decades, you probably have a biological community that's established itself above the cable or the pipeline. And the removal of the cable or the pipeline will create a larger ecological disturbance than leaving it in place.
Yeah, that's addressed in a little while in the amendments.
Well, let me go back to the idea of mitigation and using the definition of mitigation that's already in an Oregon administrative rule, because I am supportive of that idea. I think that the text that Jeff provided lays out how detailed that framework is, and I would be supportive of referencing mitigation and the policy, and then you actually don't need to include avoid and minimize because it's part of the policy. So I think that would be the simpler solution, is you just have mitigation as the term that you define, you reference the administrative rule and the policy specifically, and you leave it at that.
So under the policy section, let me jump to that really fast here, where it states that here under A, avoid, minimize, mitigate. Would we need to replace this part of the policy with just that definition of mitigate, or reference that?
Well, I think that the terms that would be defined in the policy would apply to this language. I don't think that you need to include anything else.
Okay.
Yeah, because mitigation is already avoid and minimize. So
Absolutely.
we can use this avoid, so it's okay to look like this, minimize.
Mike?
When I read that section A under policies, it just says maintain and protect. And I just, in the margin wrote, does that mean no degradation is possible? But then it's followed by these subheadings that talk about avoid, minimize.
Yes.
So maybe you need to say maintain and protect to the extent practical, or but right now, if I read it just as a freestanding statement under this policies, it just says we're going to maintain and protect. And that doesn't mean degrade. So, and mitigation is, the means of offsetting degrade. So I don't see compatibility between item A under policies and then the subheadings that follow it in that same section.
So Mike, one thing that we do at DSL is we differentiate between temporary and permanent. So I'm talking about removable fill lots, and I work in proprietary, so I can't remember the exact term, but we differentiate between, temporary impacts, that's a temporary impacts and permanent impacts. And temporary impacts are impacts, to the resource that are less than 24 months.
I think it's a 2-year
Yeah, it's a
timeline.
2-year timeline. We may want to talk about that, temporary versus permanent impacts. If we, feel that, say maintaining and protecting the natural resource doesn't allow for any degradation, because insulation of a cable is going to degrade the resource while you're trenching. That's disturbing the resource. That's a temporary impact. So I guess if we're reading it with a very, I guess, hard, interpretation, you wouldn't be able to do that type of installation. So if we want to, I guess, address that, we could talk about temporary versus permanent.
It would just seem to me that under this setting, subsetting A, if we're going to follow it with those 4 bullets, then it would be maintain and protect to the extent practicable.
For that.
Because otherwise, it's a preclusionary thing.
You can't live in a civilized society without having some impacts. We all drove here on roads that were cut through natural terrain, and yet, we're comfortable.
To the maximum extent for what happened. But this is an absolute.
Yeah.
The qualifiers to be absolute in the same subheading.
So the suggestion that I'm hearing you say, Mike, is that we put maintain and protect to the maximum extent practicable natural resources, ecosystem integrity, and the rest of the
At
sentence.
least be consistent to say how you would do that in those number segments that follow.
Okay, Lene has her hand raised, and then I want to just poll the group on that change, because I think that's a significant one.
Okay.
Oh, you just muted yourself, Lene.
Sorry.
There you go. We hear you now.
Okay, I guess I want to just keep this in context. The reason that we had the bill was that we had a contractor who ended up abandoning equipment in the ocean at the seaport, and it was not discovered for 6 months. And it was not disclosed for 6 months. And by then we were told, oh, it's just not practical to try and remove it. Now I hear of all this discussion, and trust me, I respect that we don't want to have any negative ecological impacts ever. I mean, this is a planet that we have stewardship for. So I just want to be very cautionary about always using the terms that say to the extent practicable. I mean, we are protecting industry when we say that. We are not protecting our ocean floor. And I feel very strongly about that. So I would just hope that as we move forward, that we think about, yes, there is going to be impact anytime you disrupt the coral reefs and the seafloor, but we need some safeguards that say that before we ever do the trenching and before we ever abandon equipment, that we take note that there is a consequence to that. So, obviously I feel very strongly about this. And when we talk about decommissioning, the context of the discussion has been decommissioning in the broader term, 15 years after you've had a cable laid that's no longer needed, and then how do you decommission it? And that's a different circumstance than when we have literally an accident that happened and we all threw up our hands and said, oh, we can't do anything about it. So I just wanted to be on record saying, when we have this conversation and we talk about things of, we'll do it when it's practicable, I want us to think about what's the obligation and responsibility we have to not even get ourselves into that position. Thank you.
So Lene, just to be clear, you're saying that the word practicable could be used to actually make it easier to damage the.
Yes, thank you. That's exactly what I was trying to say.
And our goal is to, which is in the goal, is to, that word is not in the goal, which we're trying to ultimately address.
Right.
I was gonna make a similar comment. Practicable is always project specific, circumstance specific. Often it is what is economically feasible. And so from a conservation perspective, we're often found that, as Lene is relaying, practicability, comes at the expense of protecting and maintaining our natural resources. So I feel very similarly about this. We deal with this in a lot of contexts in other laws. I would feel more comfortable if we defined what we meant or put some criteria around what we meant by practical. Because if we put possible, the best way to maintain and protect natural resources to the maximum extent possible is to just not do the project.
Right.
So we know that. But how do we then say we still, to the maximum extent, want to protect them while still allowing for these developments to happen? And it is a very, so I feel similarly, I think, to what Lene is relaying, because we see this a lot in other contexts.
Well, I'm not advocating for this. I'm just pointing out the internal inconsistency in the language that I think needs some way to reconcile. That we need to figure out a way to reconcile that inconsistency, so that we lead by saying we're going to maintain and protect, and then in that same heading say, yeah, well, we'll mitigate when it's possible.
Jeff has his hand up. I think he might have a idea here.
Yeah, thank you. Having come from radioactive waste world before, the battle over practical versus practicable is one that happens a lot in government. And the definition of practicable in the dictionary is able to be done or put in practice successfully. It does not take into account cost factors. Similarly, NOAA, in their regulations for federal consistency, when they require a federal agency to be consistent with state policies to the maximum extent practicable, they include language in the regulation to specifically state that a general lack of funding may not be an acceptable basis for demonstrating practicability. And you may want to consider including some of that kind of caveat language if you use the word practicable to specifically define what you mean with regard to whether cost can be a consideration or not. And I don't know if that helps to get at this concept that practicable still does allow the action to move forward. It's not a hard stop, but at least it helps to make it more strict.
I think adding the caveat of,
Terminology.
costs not being, a factor for practicability. Excuse me. That word. Yeah, that one. So I think adding some side words like that would be really appropriate and helpful. I was also thinking, could we add language that as conditioned in permits or something to that effect, to kind of to acknowledge that these activities will be permitted by many regulatory agencies, and those permits are going to be, what condition or what conditions the work, what conditions the project itself.
I think I'd like to make a comment.
Yes.
Cost has to be a factor. If you have a situation where there is no limit to the cost that could be incurred by a company if something happened, then you would have a situation where nothing gets built. You wouldn't have roads, you wouldn't have any infrastructure if there's just no limit to the and I think let's talk about the case with Facebook's cable, where they had a drill bit, they had a shaft break down underneath the seabed, way down, probably 60 feet underground, and about roughly in the surf area, I believe. So if the objective was we can't worry about practicability, we'll make them recover that stuff. How would they do it? Maybe they make a cofferdam. Maybe they dig down, build a cofferdam, dig down trenches. We're talking millions and millions of dollars. And for what? We have a situation where we have a broken drill bit, piece of steel, and it probably will rust out in 1,000 years or some amount of time, buried in an underground tunnel. Absolutely no reasonable impact on wildlife. I mean, you're not going to have worms down 60 feet or anything in that 60 feet down. So let's be practicable. Let's say what is reasonable. If you say there's no limit to what a contractor has to spend to do something, then we wouldn't get across the bridge to get here, because the contractors say we can't bear the risk. If there has to be some exception to be reasonable. And we're just asking for reasonableness.
Well, that was determined for the new Carissa, which was another territorial use of the territorial sea. And that extent practicable was a disagreement between the state and the person who left the new Carissa on the beach. And that was resolved in a jury trial. So I don't know if that's how you'd like to resolve issues with other issues, but that's clearly a situation that happened for use of the territorial sea, which is the removal of the stern section of New Carissa. And the person responsible said it's not practical or practicable. And the state said, oh, yes, it is. And it was ultimately removed. So you can see that fiscal component factors very large there. Because the ship owners are all too expensive to remove, and it's technically not possible. And it went to a jury trial, and it was a cash settlement, and the state ultimately managed to remove all.
And mapped a good portion of our territorial sea with part of the proceeds.
So I also wanted to just respond to Scott a little bit that, I think what we're talking about here is maintaining and protecting our resources. In that instance, was probably not digging up the equipment, because it would have caused much more damage to do stuff.
Absolutely.
Right, so that's not what we're saying here. So I just want to be clear about that. I don't think that adding, you need to maintain and protect our resources even to the maximum extent possible. In that case, would have been probably, we would have looked at it and said, yeah, if we try to dig that up, we're gonna do a lot more damage here. And so, right, and so that's, I mean, the balance there of, I'm not saying cost is never a factor, but that wasn't in that case actually what I think the right criteria of looking at it was. It was better for the environment to leave it where it was.
I totally agree, Tara, but how do you word it so that it can't be interpreted to say, okay, you have to pull all the stops and spend whatever is necessary because someone decides that we want a piece of steel out of a hole 60 feet down.
Unless it's determined, I mean, I think we have good wording in here, and we probably can make it even more clear that on decommissioning, we say pretty clearly, I think we added language that if it's better for the environment to leave it in place, then that's what we do. And I think there's a way to do that and to still do all of this. I think, again, a lot of this is going to come down to probably not decommissioning, and I think it's going to be siting and thinking through how do we maintain and protect during insulation, siting, all of those things. And if it's better in the long run to leave something in place, then that is protecting and maintaining our resources. So I still just think there's a way to do this. I do just have concerns about using practicable, as you heard. It always comes down to this fight about what is practicable. And because yes, dictionary defines it in a way that makes it sound like possible, can it happen? But it's not possible. Possible is different, right? So it's just that push and pull, and I think we should be careful. And I mean, if NOAA already has some language around this in their regs, I think that would be a good place to start. So, but I do hear you, Scott. It's not like in any case we're going to pull out, this something, because that actually might be more damaging, really. And if something at a cost level of that and it's going to be damaging, why would we undertake that? So.
And, those were the things that we, when we were dealing with the Facebook cable, was that the fear, if we required removal, we were looking at, not just a trench, but a giant trench on the ocean shore to get 1,100 feet of material removed. And so it just did not seem like like that was an appropriate, use of the state's authority. We could have required that it was removed, but that would have been at, great cost of the resource, as well as the, applicant. And Scott, I did want to, kind of talk about, you mentioned, things have to, I wouldn't say this is how you phrase it, but things get damaged, so that we can create infrastructure and do, all sorts of great things like drive our cars to the coast and, things like that. And from the state's perspective, we have these trust rights, public trust rights. When we're talking about, state lands and specifically publicly owned waterways managed by the department, we have to make sure that they're open for multiple uses, for navigation, commerce, for recreation, and for fisheries. So for us, we're having to, to look at all these competing interests and know that there is a right for the public to use this land for commerce, for all sorts of reasons. So it's always more complicated than just we're here to protect the resource. We're also here to protect commerce. We're also here to protect recreation, and fisheries. So a lot of ins and outs.
Thanks, Mike, because I appreciate that, because I think the thing we have to keep in mind is we have a goal to have the ability to land cables. That's a service to the state. And I think when you get the tour tomorrow, you'll have a better understanding of all the tentacles that go out from these cables and the benefits to the citizens of Oregon. And we need to allow for them to be built. We can't make it so difficult in the permitting that the risks are so extreme that no one will want to come to Oregon, and the infrastructure will migrate to other areas because it's too risky to land in Oregon.
So that said, I would also say that, I think one of the resources that we're trying to protect, or one of the things that we're trying to, I guess mitigate against is going over Rocky Shore. That's a really big issue. And for us at the state, or DSO, that's the main thing that we really want to protect, is make sure that the cables are not going over Rocky Shore in any way, shape, or form. And, not necessarily that, there's no damage to the seafloor itself, like when we're trenching the cables or burying the cables, that is what we consider temporary impact. If it's going over Rocky Shore, that's a permanent impact that really, is to the point of a non-starter. We don't want to see, cables going over the Rocky Shore, or going back to the old days where we put a big concrete mattress over the cable and call it good. Those are not that's not what we want to do.
Delia's had her hand raised. Delia?
Yeah, thanks, Marcus. I am looking at this section on the screen, and if we're talking about this section, this is a section about planning. It's, when proposing a project. So this is pre-permitting. This is at the stage where a cable company or anyone else is bringing something to the state and asking for authorization. And so I think at this stage, it would be more appropriate to augment the maintain and protect language there by saying that an applicant shall design and site projects responsibly, such that the proposed seafloor installations will, and then go into maintain and protect. So highlighting that this section is about planning. And I feel pretty strongly, in my experience, this is the opportunity to avoid period where you can, and then minimize, mitigate, or restore. Those are all to the extent practicable, because at that point you've decided to let the project move forward. So I guess my point is just that this is about planning, and I'm listening to the discussion. It's a good discussion, but it's getting a little blurry between different stages of a project. And when it comes to planning, that is the main opportunity to get all of this dialed in so that the siting is appropriate, so that things like what happened at Tierra del Mar don't happen. You know, if you have good geotechnical information, if you have good understanding of seasonality and sediment migration and whatever else can inform that responsible siting, that's your best chance at things like that not happening in the first place. So I would just add some language in here to just highlight that this is about planning and that it's about designing and citing the project's responsibility in the first place.
I'd have to agree with you, Delia, that if the best place to affect, what the project is during the planning phase. Because otherwise, once we get past that, the project is the project, and then it's much harder to change because decisions have already been made. The applicant is less responsive. So I would definitely agree that, if we want to make meaningful changes to the project and want to make sure that it maintains and protects those natural resources, it's got to be during the planning phase.
I think there's a structural problem then with how we have this set up, because this isn't just about planning. This is under a heading called policies. And so that, in my mind, would be policies throughout the life of the project. And then we have a section on implementation requirements, et cetera. But if we're talking about what our enforceable policies are going to be for the life of the project, I don't think it's just about planning. I think planning is when we can get ahead of thinking about decommissioning all those things. But I think it's not just about planning under this section. These are our overarching policies for this infrastructure we're going to be putting on our seafloor. So I don't know. I think maybe we just need to think about the structure then. If that makes sense.
So maybe instead of when
does, but-
proposing a project, it's when undertaking a project.
I think it's fine that it's proposing a project. I just think that it is broader than just planning. I mean, I guess I'm confused about, it's not just about planning. We're saying these are our policies for the state about uses of the seafloor, right? So it's not just a planning thing. It's like, here's our policies for when you're going to use our seafloor. So that's, I just want to think structurally about that a little more before we, yeah. Because then we have like section 4 is implementation requirements, and then we have a decommissioning section. So, that anyway, I just want to flag that, and I'll have to think about it a little more now that we're having this conversation.
Thank you, Chair. I kind of want to, oh, go ahead. Julia?
I just wanted to agree. I think that's a really good point. My interpretation of this section may be the wrong one, but it does talk about when proposing a project and then when making decisions to approve projects, state agencies shall is the next section. And so that was why I kind of went on that sort of, I was interpreting this as the early stage. And I think that's what it's drafted to do. But if that's not the intent of this section, then that should be clarified. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that, since you just pointed that out. Now I'm like, I see that, but now I'm like, well, wait, well, are we structurally then maybe we just need to think about rewording some of this and think about that really, yeah, what this section is intended to do and be looking at. So, yeah. Sorry.
Can you say more about what you would like to see the intent of this section be if it's beyond the planning stage?
Well, let me go to Jeff first,
Yeah.
and then
Okay.
maybe that'll give you some time to think.
Okay.
Thank you. I was reading this the way that Delia was reading it, that this is what the applicant needs to demonstrate prior to the state approving of a project. And to me, that fits with the timing of a federal consistency decision. We get one bite of the apple. It is at the point when the project is being proposed and the federal agency is deciding whether to give them the federal permit to make the action go forward. And we have to decide at that point whether there is enough information and whether the project has been designed in such a way that it will comply with the policies, both the ones listed here, but then also the ones that are included later in the section about being assured that the project would be decommissioned the way it needs to be, being assured that the monitoring would be in place the way that this policy says that it must be. Once we issue our decision that the project is consistent with state policies, That's it for federal consistency. We don't get to come back later and assess whether the project was done in the way that it was described. That would be up to the enforcement mechanisms held by DSL, or if Parks and Rec has them as well. So just timing pieces.
Thank you, Jeff. We have about 6 minutes before lunch. I kind of just want to step back or go back in this to where we started, and I jumped forward because we were talking about mitigation. I do want to bring up that I don't have a description for burial yet. I don't have a definition for that yet. So if people would like to think of a definition for burial, that would be useful. Or if you have any other thoughts on the definitions that are here, I would love to hear those. Yes, Reed?
I just wanted to follow up on the mitigation definition, because in the hierarchy that Jeff showed, I think there was a bit rung at the bottom that was compensatory, and in the draft document, that compensatory mitigation is excluded from being part of mitigation. So it seems like if you were to replace the language with the definition here, you might, something that should be considered, whether that, I think Delia suggested earlier that compensatory sorts of mitigation doesn't actually work on the seafloor. So that's true.
No,
But-
what I said was that physical restoration isn't technically feasible often, but at least I haven't come up with any recommendations in that direction. Compensatory mitigation is absolutely feasible, and that's usually all that we're left with.
Well, and if we adopt and recognize that mitigation is defined in OAR, I can't remember the number, 635, then you adopt that piece about compensatory mitigation as well. And if you had to go all the way down to that level, because you couldn't avoid, you couldn't mitigate and or minimize, and you end up mitigating, then that could be one of the remedies for the impacts that are assessed. So I do think if we just reference the policy, then you would be able to apply that in a circumstance that required it.
And are we talking about fiscal compensation, just a payment?
Yeah.
Yeah, the compensatory mitigation can be a bunch. Yeah, and sometimes it means you in lieu compensatory mitigation where you're paying a fee instead of doing compensatory mitigation.
And like I said, these definitions, other than me changing part 4 in the second definition, these are just taken from other places. So I haven't changed them in any other way. So this, is specific to whatever I took it from, which was either the statewide planning goals or other parts of the territorial sea plan. So just to put that out there. Go ahead, Scott.
I had a definition drafted for burial. And this is similar to what the OFCC uses when we define burial in our documents, but it's to place into the seabed below the mean surface of the ocean bottom. To place into the seabed below the mean surface of the ocean bottom.
If you guys don't reference that.
No, we, most of the agreements we have a burial guidance. It's not that they have to have every meter of the cable buried to that depth, because from a practical standpoint, that doesn't happen. But typically, like a new cable might have a burial specification of 1.5 meters. And so we'll reference that in our agreement and whatnot. But when it comes to determining is the cable buried, if it's below the mean seabed, there's cases where there's a trench and the cable may be visible in the bottom of the trench, but we consider that buried cable, because if a trawl door goes over it, it's just gonna go across and not have any. So,
but the trench eventually gets
most of the time,
filled in.
yeah, I would say there's times where we've been back, install the cable, come back and inspect it, maybe a week later, and you can't even see the theft. You can't even find it without electronics to detect what it is. But there's places where maybe it's stiff clay or something where the trench holds its shape. Maybe it's 8 or 10 inches or a foot wide, and you can visibly see the cable for a while.
But because
Eventually,
it's below the mean surface.
but it's below the mean surface of the seabed.
Would it be helpful to add something like, sufficiently under the surface to protect both the fixture and the electrical integrity?
Yeah, we kind of think that if it's below the sea, typically if it's below the seabed surface, even 20 centimeters is not going to have any.
So that would be sufficient.
Yeah, it would be sufficient to protect the fishing industry.
Does mean surface have a particular definition? I mean,
Well, I was trying to look up the definition of mean to make sure median and mean, and remember from my math days back in high school
I
that
mean, if
we
if
just mean
you were
the,
calculating
Yeah.
a mean, if let's say it's buried for 1.5 meters over here, and then it's at the surface for 5 meters over here, and then buried again. If you take a mean over that area, the mean depth is below the surface, but
we mean in a slice across the cable route. So we would consider an exposure if it was buried at 1 meter and then on the surface for 0.5 meter and then buried. That still is a 0.5 meter exposure in our.
okay,
our-
yeah, I mean, you could say local surface or below the local surface, maybe. That's-
I want to pause us here just because we are at lunchtime, so we can continue this discussion after lunch. But during lunch, Natalia is going to present on some of the Washington and California permitting processes. But let's take like 15 minutes to gather lunch and get things set up, and then we will have that presentation and have lunch.
And you have your microphone.
I have it, yeah, I'll control it, you just tell me when the purpose.
I have this clicker.
Okay,
I have a clicker too.
okay.
Yes.
I figured that when I noticed, hey, there's no definition for a area.
Okay.
Here, there you are. Now you're unmuted.
All right, everybody, Natalia is gonna present on the Washington and California permitting process for luncheon. Go ahead, Natalia.
Oh, okay. Do you want to like, do you like full screen or? it's
Oh,
okay?
it is, I have it full screen, I don't know if it'll change, but I think that's.
Yeah, that might be-
Oh, is it not working? Can I see it? a little bit? Here.
I can use, I mean, I took mine
I
as
don't know
well.
why that happened.
No, maybe.
Oh, here you go.
Would be need to
Here you go.
do that. Oh,
It worked. Select it.
oh, no. it's- Yes. Okay. So, okay, let's see. I will present very briefly, as Marcus asked me, 15 minutes, about Washington and California permitting process. And this information actually, I will only just refer to the main points that maybe can help our discussion later that we touched today about decommissioning and all this stuff. But this information is based on the analysis of basically enforcement policy for California and Washington. And also I interview land manager from California and Washington agency to know their experience. And again, this is very brief because next week I will send to Marcus like some report details about this information. So if you need to go and find some links for the policy, you can find there. And etc.
Just one quick question, Tyler. So what you're saying is that California and Washington have already been approved with enforceable policies for the OCZ,
The Coastal Zone Management
Coastal
Act.
Zone Management Act. So they have all the policies that you talk about are approved by the federal government already.
But federal or you mean?
With federal consistency.
Yeah, so they went through that process and they actually update everything recently. And what we were talking about today, like decommissioning and cost, I was wondering because it's actually everything here in their rules. So there is no any different interpretation. But okay, let's jump on that. I will just briefly explain what type of permits are required for cables, but in general, they call utilities and pipelines in general. What does it cost to apply for the permits, application review process, and what's required cable removal, duration and time frame for those easements, permits, authorization, and conclusions and key takeaway. Yeah. Here is just briefly California and Washington states, and you can see with the, does it have laser? No?
Yes, there is a laser in this little red,
Okay. So,
but the screen, though, it's not gonna reflect off in the screen.
so anyway, you can see this is like a little bit analog to Avigon. You can see with the yellow box for California and St. Washington. State Land Commission in California is something like similar to Department of State Lands. And Washington Department of Natural Resources, this is responsible energy agency that issue right of way. So they don't call this easement, they call this right of way. So they are responsible for those things. And from their perspective, you need to get right of way or dredging. It's if you need to remove some materials, it's called in California. In Washington, the same agency issue easement for removal, they call vulnerable materials. So it's just the same, but different phrase and different words in use. And some other permits, again, in this presentation, I will be focusing on easement authorization, but some other permits that may related to that. Coastal Commission, which is actually from the interview with California, they said that there is some overlapping function with the state land commissions, but Coastal Commission it's more regulatory agency than the state land commission. So and also local governments, they have master plans that may require coastal development permits and also grading permits. It's local removal field permits, basically, in our language. The same from Washington. Substantial development permit. It could particularly be referenced if it's offshore development, shore development is going, and conditional use permit. Here is very interesting seeing that they have California and Washington, they have both one window application system. So and this is difference between Oregon because any permits related to right of way or even coastal development permits, they go through the same window online system. Oscar code in California and Jaffa code in Washington. And then they divide it and coordinate it inside the state, who is what agency responsible for that permits. So application form looks like 40 different pages and depends on the type of permits. They have like one application and then different attachments and what kind of permit you need to fill out. I tried to. Okay, so here is for Washington. What does it cost to apply for permits? There is a lot of probably we can learn for the fee structure that was addressed in House bill. So application fee, this is just for application that you apply, $25 in Washington states. But beside that, they charge for term of easements or the cost recovery cost, and depends on the lengths easement crossing. They have different cost prices for that. But depends on the complexity of the project. Those charge of terms of easement may not apply to each project, each cable project. In some cases, depends if this is, let's say, private company apply or government agency apply. Sometimes they need to pay only administrative fee, which is only 20% from those charge for terms of easements. Sometimes they need to pay both. Also, they use rental fee, annual rental fee that applicants should pay each year. And it's based on the extension methods, and they usually, again, calculate differently, but basically appraisal like land value and etc. Of course, insurance bonds and other security that should be negotiated, and natural resource damage fee. This is land manager told me that if, let's say, cable broken, there certainly would be damage to the environment. So they require to pay natural resource damage fee. And again, it depends on the project and it's negotiable.
And that's payment in advance.
No, I mean, damage fee, it's not in advance, but they have these terms and conditions where everything went down. But all this type of costs, they're actually in the rules in the statute. So it's not like we have only $5,000 application fee, but it's really, you can go through the rules and codes and all those costs are there. The same for California, they apply one window through the Oscar system online, $25. They have different fee, which is called approximate extent deposit. Based on different category, and this 2,500, it's only for, let's say, cable and pipelines. There could be different categories that can with different fee, but basically this is approximate expense deposit. This is staff cost. When I interview land manager from California, commission of the state land. So, and I said, we have 5,000 application fee. And he said, what if your staff cost will be more than 5,000? So basically, this is expense deposit. He explained, we have engineer, we have like environmental impact assessment specialist. Once we got a project, we go through staff and ask, what do you think, how much it costs? So like application proceed, if you need to hire some additional technical experts, what a time frame. So they give approximate calculation, and then each month through the application process, they fill out timesheet, and the timesheet already has code for each different whatever job responsibility, and they come up with a cost that they give to applicants. So this is how much it should cost. In some cases, it could be less than 2,500. In some cases, it could be more. So in this case, they can refund to the applicant in the end, or they can bill them additional and give the option for payment, like you can pay one time or you can pay like monthly. And
So that ends once the application is all done and the.
yeah, it's in the
Meaning
end
that's
when
the-
they improve the defense, because even they approximately calculate, but it may take like longer. And then it's go to general fund for the agency, so they use this for administrative purposes. And also they use rental fee a little bit different. There is minimum, again, it depends on the project. There is no like one size fits all. They have minimum, but then they can calculate rents on with different approach. It could be again value of the land. It could be annual gross income comparison, like with different industry standards and market rates, and also for cables, they have this 5 cents per diameter per linear foot calculation. And there is another approach, also $5 for cables per linear foot. So as that land manager explained me, before to come up with these numbers, several years ago, they did survey from other states, how much they pay rental fee and what approach they use. And some states have $10 per linear foot, some have $1. So once they did that survey, they come up with average $5.
This says 5 cents.
It's 5 cents. Well, it's because like inch, they consider like 12 inches per linear foot. But there is $5, not inches, but per linear foot. So it's like two different approach. Yeah, they consider diameter of the
Just as a matter of question, has there been an appraised value established for the value of the territorial seabed? I can't imagine how an appraiser would assign a dollar value to that.
So you see, that's why they don't have this separate easement for territorial sea. They consider, and that's why it's one window application.
Gotcha.
They just consider all project and cable come from continental shelf and then go through the territorial seas, Mars, and on land. So they consider everything. And they coordinate with other agency how much it costs and what type of permits required.
Just to make it clear, you're saying the fee goes all the way to as far offshore as it goes?
Yeah, they may consider, and again, but they coordinate with the local government. That those local government permits fee it's not here.
Right.
But it's only for the land commission. But I
That
mean,
goes
the
seaward.
calculation, let's say per linear for cable, it's not just they count only territories.
Yeah.
They count the length of all cables.
But then how do they get the 9% of appraised value of the land for the portion that's, I think that's the question, right? Like, how do?
Yeah,
It's
I mean-
like, I mean, I guess you could take an average of how much is state land worth and you, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but those details I don't know, I mean, they calculate on.
If I'm understanding this correctly, these are a list of potential ways to calculate it. It's not like they do every single one of
No, no,
those,
no,
right?
no, no. Depends
It's
on the project,
whatever
they choose one of
seems
those.
the most appropriate. Okay.
So it's different possibility. Okay. And here is just how the application process look, John. This is for Washington, let's say they have this general forms and then attachment E, let's say for aquatic use authorization. This is just an example. Application review process is actually quite similar to Oregon for Washington. Pre-application meeting is not compulsory. So they encourage this, but the first point of contact, applicants come to the Department of Natural Resources and they need to determine land boundaries, which agency is responsible for what, because it's one window application process. They receive application, require $25 application fee, and then they do preliminary review, and then they decide if it will go to technical review or not. Technical, or basically they call this environmental. Pretty much the same. Because the agency also for landowner, so it's require compliance with all rules and in terms of legal issue, so it goes to state attorney and then manager review decision and approve. So some similar for California, again, general application, and then it's just example for pipelines, they have supplemental attachment as well. And they have this application process, which is also similar, some different things. So they evaluate also pre-application meeting is not compulsory. The only things, let's say California, this is the first time they had real offshore wind cable project. And I mean, first time the application came for that project, they had 5 different pre-application meetings because the first real offshore wind project and so many agencies involved, and they want to make sure that community is satisfied with everything. Environmental review, lease and permit processing. Again, through that, those processes, they calculate the staff cost. And then commission meetings similar to our land board, they meet once, I think, every Thursday each month, last Thursday each month. So they consider if we to approve or not. And you can see staff closing transaction. This is what you were asking. So in the end, if they got granted those easement right away, they do refund, or you see if staff costs exceed the deposit, they just send invoice for the balance. We will send, presentation.
Yeah, I can send the presentation out to
Yeah.
everybody.
Oh, thank you.
In the meeting materials.
Almost done, but here is just very how much it costs, time frame. Application process in California from 6 months up to 2 years once they receive once application was submitted. Washington 6 months up to 1 year. Again, it depends on the complexity of project, but like Washington land manager, she pointed out most if they got full application, everything in place, all documentation, maps, everything, they try to do this in 2 weeks to do this quickly as much as possible. But
federal consistency determination.
well, here is the issue: if everything in place, everything submitted, But if something, let's say, permits from other agency, it's compulsory to have them before they approve. So basically, they said those up to 1 or 2 years, we just waiting from the applicant side when they fill out all requirements and if environmental impact assessment or survey is needed. So this is waiting time. For California, for cables, they usually issue 15-20 years. Washington, 25-30 years. As a California representative told me, initially in the statute, when just cable began, they have maximum, and they still have the statute, 49 years maximum they can issue. But then since change and based on the last development during the last 10-15 years, they try to do less because, and they have monitoring requirements for cables every 5 years. Because they had so many issues when cables were broken, no one responsible. And let's say initially he said, well, it was like we issue for 30-40 years, again, that maximum, but it depends on the project. They may issue for 10 years as well. And it's not like you got easement authorization and see you in 20 years. It's not the case anymore, because from their perspective and experience, like agency can be dissolved. Applicant one, let's say Facebook apply, but it could be, you know, change the name of the company or owner, or they may merge with some other organization, and then it's come to responsibility that in the end, after 20 or 30 years, we cannot find who's responsible for what. At the same time, policy are changing. It's like today we have Department of State Lands, but maybe in 20 years we will not have this. So there is jurisdictional issue. So they try to limit it 15-20 years maximum, and that's lead to the compulsory cable removal. This is the trend. It's also in the rules. It's written there that they require cable removal in the end, unless it's more applicants should provide evidence. And this is why I added sentence that's from California basically experience, unless it's more damaging to environmental. So they're allowed to state that cable will on the seafloor. But it's interesting. They said even if the cable stay there, they're responsible if something happens in the future. It's in the terms and conditions that they're responsible to remove them if it's necessary, if cable explodes or something happen, and particularly is largely drive with the offshore wind development because a huge network going to a lot of cables there. Also California manager said, we found that it's much more costly for state to remove this by own efforts later on, if no one responsible for that. So they require, and he said, like, yes, of course, company saying, wow, we need to pay money. It's a lot of cost for us. But he explained me, sorry, but you like did rental and you got profit during 30 years, you can find money to remove. It's like renting apartments. So you rent, when you move out, you need to clean out what is there for other usage or to provide some evidence that you pay damages. So this is their basically policy, and this is my last slide, just conclusion I may take away that application process, and it said similar to Oregon except for the one window submission. And I don't know what is better, to have one window submission or we have separate territorial city separate. I think it's just only the issue of coordination. So that's why probably we have this joint meeting that would do the same things, but just to coordinate. The same as like one window submission. Yes, they have both state clear instruction and guidance for applicants, and that probably like we as DSL, we need to work to provide more clear how to submit application, what should be included, and etc. Fee structure are different and again reflect the current model conditions. And future technological development and fee structure incorporated into the rules. And that probably we also need to work how to do amendment to the rules and incorporate those fee structure, because that is clear. Everyone is know if we are paying for what, where money is going. And cable removal is required unless it's more damaging to environment. This is pretty much end.
Thank you, Natalia. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I will send those 2 more details report with the links to everything. And you can send Marcus here like as materials for the next one.
We have about 5 more minutes that people could stretch their legs or whatever. Oh, Lene, did you have a question?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, it's not really a question, but Natasha, thank you. We've always heard that cable companies come to Oregon because we're cheap and easy. And we've also heard that California had significantly stronger environmental controls. And so it'll take me a while to go through all the information that you presented, but I think it's really an important consideration for us of whether or not our pricing structure is correct. And I really appreciated the comment about there may be pushback from a company who says, well, that's just too much. And then you remind them how much money they've made having that cable for as long as they've had it. So again, I don't really have a question. It was really just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Lene.
I think just because we can learn, because they had really probably tough experience, like we had only Facebook case, but they had much more before. And this guy, he's almost 20 years with the agency, the same in Washington state. So they know the history how it was developed. And this is, they just come up with that. And California, yeah, the guy said, we have this first offshore wind project, and they're happy to share experience because it's now going through the application process, and probably I would come up with him. Just curious if it's the same process for telecommunication cable or if they will introduce something else.
So very few.
So he is ready, and the same Washington, they're ready for regional collaboration.
So very few telecommunication cables land in Washington state. Very few. Because
Is it a question
because
of-
the entire shore is a marine
Yeah.
protected area. So they may have a process, but if you can't land the cable, it doesn't really matter how good the process.
Yeah, they haven't, she pointed out, they have this mostly international project coming from Japan. And this is the issue why they decide to do very like detailed guidelines, because it's not only local company applying. If international company come to the state, it's completely like unclear where to go and what to do and what guidelines. So they try to do this from the perspective. Yes. Yeah, but they have view, and they had issue when cable was broken and it was crossing power cable. And they were not able to find responsible person to remove. So anyway, they come up that some just part of the cable should be removed and others should be left, but it's cost a lot of money for states because of those. No responsibility.
I think that's an inland water zone situation, but did you happen to talk to them in Washington at all about the tribal proposal? There's one of the Indian tribes has proposed a cable landing station, and they have seafront property. So I think part of their advertising is that people will come because it the Washington state rules don't apply and the tribes have their own, they can make their own rules. Did you happen to have any discussion on that?
No, we didn't have, it was not like my focus at that
Yeah.
time. But I tried to get as much as possible information and then follow up if needed to have point of contact there. And again, they have different offices and counties as well, and everyone is responsible.
Sorry, just for the resuming public comment.
It's like Jamie has a hand.
Oh, Lene, do you still have your, is that raised again, or did you have that raised from earlier?
Oh, no, sorry. I have to turn it on.
Thank you for lunch.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite a bit.
I'd go with it.
So we're gonna resume the meeting now with the public comment section. So at this time, I'd like to welcome anybody who's online, who's a member of the public who'd like to speak. Is there anyone like to, Katie Morris, Dan Dine?
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Katie Morris, and I'm the environmental and permitting lead for Deep Blue Pacific Wind. We are a floating offshore wind developer based out of Portland, and we're interested in the potential for a project off the Oregon coast. And thank you to the working group for your efforts on amendments to the Part 4 of the Oregon Territorial Sea Plan. I would ask that this working group consider developing a separate set of standards for cables and pipelines. While the offshore wind industry is a ways away from an auction and there are no near-term activities related to cables associated with offshore wind, we understand that these proposed amendments would impact future renewable energy development in the state. Given that there are notable differences between catastrophic environmental effects of low probability associated with pipelines and cables, we ask that different standards be set for cables and pipelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Stan Dynak?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. Again, I definitely appreciate all the efforts of the working group here, working to protect the land, the sea, and help define and create the processes going forward with the amendments here in the sea plan. I again, similar to Katie, I'm asking the group to look at the not only separating and breaking down for subsea telecommunications here in sections 4.3 and 4.35, but some of the items there that are being requested for the resource and use inventory and the effects evaluation just really do not. They really do not apply to the industry for subsea cables. We're talking about something about the size of a garden hose, with protection layer, maybe a little bit more. But we're not talking about something that's going to impact waves or change current velocities. Things that are going to, create navigation issues or wastewater problems or other discharge concerns. And I just think, streamlining the processes and separating things out for the specific type of communications or cables or pipes really would be helpful. And I think, help the companies that are applying and have to respond to these conditions. So again, I appreciate everything. I hope you take it into consideration and thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Stan. There any other public comments? Not seeing anything. Seeing anybody else with their hand raised, so we have noted those and we will move on to the next section. Actually, we're going to be moving back a little bit in this because we're going to pick up where we left off before, which was this terms glossary. Were there any other thoughts? We do have one definition kind of put forth for burial from Scott. There was some discussion happening surrounding that right before we broke for lunch. So, and I did not capture all that discussion. Was there any thoughts on that burial definition? I can read it again. to place into the seabed below the mean surface of the sea bottom.
I think Reed had a good thing. Instead of saying mean surface, to say local surface, so it won't get confused, and it's not the mean surface over the regular pipeline. I like that addition.
And that could be qualified further by saying at the time of burial. Because those things flux seasonally, decadally. If we're focusing on soft sediment environments, and if we're avoiding rocks, we should expect that, and I don't know how that's measured, what the datum is used, but if you're just using the local surface elevation at the time of installation, that's perhaps.
If I could respond, the typical way, and I've been involved in a number, 10 different submarine cable inspections. They send an ROV down the seafloor, typically a tracked ROV that goes along, and they establish the mean seafloor level at the ROV site.
Relative to depth or what?
Just typically they'll measure, like they'll say the tracks are sinking into the seabed 1 inch. And so they'll subtract 1 inch and say, and then they have a measurement that will calculate the depth of the cable. Typically.
One's buried. One's buried.
In,
So
yeah,
that's
buried
what
cable or,
inspection.
yeah, and so they are able to sort of look at the, they have essentially a metal detector that triangulates the depth of the cable. And so they say, okay, the tracks have sunk in 1 inch, we bring that up 1 inch. The cable is now, 1.45 meters.
And that's to confirm installation depth.
Yes,
Yeah.
and that varies as they go along, maybe they'll go along 20 meters and it's no longer 1.45 meters, it's 1.3 meters. But it's based on where the ROV is at the moment.
I was just thinking that as these things are in place for 25 years, that seabed elevation could change and it could
Yeah.
expose or bury more deeply. So if you're going to lock someone in, it should be at the time of installation because it would be hard to anticipate fluctuations in seabed elevation.
Well, that was
beyond
the reason the OFCC asked for burial inspections. And our experience, this is probably before you were here, but our experience was that in all of the cases where we went back and inspected the cable and looked at the original records and the follow-up records, in some cases we had the original burial, a 5-year and a 13-year inspection. Never did we ever see the cable become less buried. It was always either the same or further buried. And I think the reason is the density of the cable causes it to sink more than the surrounding sediment. So in cases like shallow sandy areas where the turbidity from all those ocean storms liquefies the sand, that cable just keeps getting deeper and deeper like a scrap pile.
Wanted to kind of revisit something that was brought up, I think, in the February meeting, which was when we brought up this definition of burial. I think Mike might have brought up burial by means of like putting rubble on top of a cable. And I just want to make sure that we do make sure that our definition of burial, I think Andy had brought up like in the local substrate, making sure that it is not going, that type of burial is not going to fall under that. So I don't really have my own personal suggestions on how to capture that in the definition, but I thought I'd bring that up once again to the group.
And that again may be a case that would differentiate cables from pipelines. Because I think it's more typical for pipelines to have that rubble burial method as opposed to trenching.
Well, I mean, my understanding is that pipelines are typically not complete. Right. They have a portion is buried, but that you want a majority of it above ground. Otherwise, you can't see leaks, you can't do repairs and things like that. So,
which is where the rubble mound stabilization comes in periodically.
Yeah, So I mean, you know, I can't remember if I made a comment or public comment, but I think it is very relevant that we have different standard cables, pipelines, and it's something that we have talked about. Previously.
Any other thoughts on any of these definitions, these terms?
I would like to revisit mitigate if we can. I know we've talked about it a lot. My suggestion, and we, Jeff referenced ORS, I believe, for ODF and W. DSL has a similar definition in our Division 85 rules. I think the important part when we're defining mitigation is that we talk about the, you know, that you're going from avoidance to minimizing, you know, you're following a process. That's what mitigation is a process. First, you try to avoid it by not doing the project. You try to minimize it by making sure you condition the project in such a way that you're not, you know, you won't have permanent impacts. Step. But anyway, the end of the process is the compensatory mitigation, which if you can't do any of these things for the project, you can't avoid it, you can't minimize it, you can't reduce it, you can't repair it, then you've got to go find a site in the same, you know, in the same, you know, watershed where you are repairing a similar resource or restoring a similar resource, or you are cleaning in lieu fee. So the last step is that compensation. And I know that that's, you know, not in our here, but I think if we're going to define mitigation, we need to define it as a process that begins at avoidance and, you know, ends at repair, restore.
Thank you, Blake. Anyone else?
One comment on the project term as it's defined. I think the way that project was being used earlier in the document when we were talking about it this morning, it was more in the context of a replacement for infrastructure and as a thing, but the way project is described here, it sounds more like what I would think of a project of the kind of more of a process. I feel like it would be hard to insert this definition into the way it was being used above and make it read clearly. So I don't know if
Project is defined.
I agree, it is, yeah.
Yeah, that's why was my confusion when I read definition, it's a process, and then when we have a text project decommissioning, and you look at this, it's evaluation, siting, routing, placement, how you can decommission the process. Well, that's I talk about like physical infrastructure, it just need to be clear in definitions, or still want to use project or infrastructure.
Jason Bush provided a comment. Jason, I don't know if you want to speak to your comment or just have me read it out loud.
Well, go ahead and read it, although granted my my syntax there isn't very good. But you know, the point is that well, since I'm speaking, I'll just continue. The restore definition, it starts by defining restore, but then it says for the purposes of part 4, restoration means ... And to me, that's kind of weird. One or the other of those is probably unnecessary.
Yeah, thank you, Jason.
I have a comment. In the definition of project, we talk about cable, pipeline, utility, or fixture on or fixed or buried under the seafloor. So that would seem to imply that anchors for renewable energy devices, such as floating wind turbines, would come under part 4. And I thought we were trying to keep all of part 5, all of renewable energy under part 5. But this clearly, under our current definition, would apply to anchors for things like ocean windmills, but also even research equipment. We have a lot of research equipment that gets put in our seafloor and it doesn't, to my knowledge, they don't apply for an authorization. Although I gotta say, I'm not as clear with the state waters, but we get a lot in the offshore waters that just gets put out there.
I had that question too. Does it only apply to these linear features or does it also apply to fixed location structures? Like a mooring?
It says fixture, so
Yeah.
we don't have fixture defined. So.
We do see applications, recently we got an application for some picture. What other? But anyways, a little tiny thing about the size of your hand. Smaller placement and if you know, a hard reading of this is fixture. And if somebody wanted to, they could theoretically say, well, that's a fixture. And you could put the jar to place, you know, 10 gauges that are not the same.
Does it require an easement?
What?
Does it require an easement?
An easement? No, we're authorizing it under a short-term access.
The only reason, because the definition of fixture that I've included here is any infrastructure affixed to or permanently placed on the seafloor, not otherwise defined in the glossary, including but not limited to, etc., or other infrastructure requiring territorial sea easement but not otherwise governed by another section of the territorial sea plan.
I didn't see that, all that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So
we
if it's,
could further say fixtures, you know, that are related to the cable. Yeah, I think we should definitely provide some sort of caveat. We're not trying to include everything, but only those fixtures related to the critical infrastructure.
So not landers. There's autonomous devices now that are landers that are deployed, installed on the seabed. They sit autonomously, and then they're recovered remotely as well. But they could be substantial structures, which a lander on the seabed that would certainly interfere with fishing. That doesn't have any cables associated with it because they're self-contained instruments, recording devices, whatever. So, I mean, and they're in widespread use right now in the marine environment.
In the territorial sea?
Well, in the marine environment, I wouldn't see anything that would preclude them from being used in the territorial sea.
I mean, depending on its purpose, looking at PSL rules, it could fall under special use rules, division of 5 or something like that. It would depend on what the purpose of the land is. There's research purposes, like and depending on how long it is needed down there, factor into what authorization.
Right, it's time and its potential impact, and those are some of the criteria that help TSL determine how to authorize the use or review the use. Right, so of research that is placement of devices on the seafloor for less than a year, it's usually like a research permit.
STA,
yeah,
or could be a special use license would be the likely authorizations. If you're gonna be there for numerous years and.
Like a fish attracting device,
Well, I don't know what that is.
a sunken ship. I mean.
anything that provides structure in Oregon.
Yeah.
I mean, if they purposely sunk the ship, I feel like we're getting into the wrong hypothetical.
Well, no,
There's
they
one
did it
off
for-
there.
yeah, off of Florence, they did it for years.
Yeah.
With tires.
Oh, yeah, there's a whole, you know, acres of seafloor in Florida where.
Yeah.
They thought.
It's a real thing.
Was to take tires, place them all on the bottom of the floor.
Yeah.
And create a reef structure, but now they just have a bunch of tires.
It seems like this fixture's definition does include what we're talking about. And this doesn't include those things that currently have, like research, landers.
I mean, honestly, I feel like DSO would want to include those because we have other rules and there'd be other considerations, especially if you're talking about research. You know, we want to we would want to, encourage that type of activity so that we can understand more about the territorial sea and about the marine life. And if that's the purpose of it, then we don't want to unnecessarily prevent that activity from happening or over-regulate.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need a little help because I'm pulling back up part 5 to think through like not otherwise governed by another section of the TSP. And in the TSP part 5, we define renewable energy facilities to include the cables. Part 5 references part 4, but also says that cables are included under part 5. So with this definition suddenly weirdly preclude renewable energy cables, like, I mean, I hate to do, it's a little circular because they do reference in the beginning, they say that agencies shall apply part 4, but at the same time say that cables are part of part 5. So this definition could potentially then preclude renewable energy cables from part 4.
Is the idea that the cable under part 5 would be included in the chart discussion? Was that the intention?
I think that was the intention.
That might be the intention, I'm just saying. how
Yeah,
does it
does the
apply?
language actually like result
Right,
in?
I think that's the intention, and I would also mention that part 5 includes the shoreside buildings, cables, et cetera, under the considerations of an application, which I know we have said we weren't gonna do here, but part 5 does do that. So I think we need to maybe think a little bit more about, if we say it's not otherwise governed by another section, I think that preclude because that is governed under part 5, even though it references part 4. So I just wanted to, I had to pull up part 5 and remember.
Cynthia,
It's like way back kind of.
under part 4, but the inter-array cables under part 5?
I do remember that.
Yeah. That's what I
Yes,
thought.
yes, Scott's correct.
But it wouldn't necessarily change how they're authorized, though. Cables, the cables would still have a territorial sea easement.
Well, where?
Unless it's outside of the territorial sea.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like, so if we were mentioning part 5, and if the chart discusses, the cables and cable landings. DSO would still authorize those cables in territorial sea easement, whether that's reviewed under part 5 or part 4, or 3 or 2.
And the anchors as fixtures as well for a renewable energy device would likewise be under
Well, so.
5 or 4?
Or 5 for renewable energy.
5, yeah.
If it is not for renewable energy,
Site,
then
that's
gonna be under 4.
40 rules.
Like a science.
structure, or part 2. Applicable.
I guess the short answer would be I don't. Because, we have Division 140 rules which govern renewable energy facilities in territorial sea. We're not likely to see energy in territorial sea because that's just not what that is.
So, but we could see an anchored device,
We could see
an anchored wave buoy or something.
wave energy is, we've started seeing that. And the way that we've talked about it internally, is that, we would authorize it under Division 140 and Division 125 as a combination. And then the cables would be through the easements, but there's, we don't have a lot of experience because there's just not a lot of applications. So I think there's still questions remaining about, well, where do the moorings, fit into this? Is that part of the cable easement? Is it part of the Division 140 authorization, part of the Division 125 authorization? So lots of unanswerable questions.
I think because fixtures in the definition here says it's not otherwise defined in this glossary, the end cables is specifically defined, that might get us there. That makes sense. So fixtures like moorings related to renewable energy would fall under part 5. But cables would not, or are not otherwise governed by another section. Okay, I think that works. I'm gonna have to think it out.
This is why we have lawyers.
Mark, is this definition of fixture, that doesn't look like it's what was in the 4.5 version. that was sent out, or did I have something?
I think this is the same one that was sent out. I mean,
It's down below on the.
yeah, sorry, that section of terms is just kind of cobbled together from a bunch of different places, so it's not really in order yet.
Not alphabetically situated, okay.
I think all the ones that are.
Yeah, purple or.
Everything else is what was.
What's in the last round.
Okay.
And you're good to go. Okay.
Should we add something to that, to the job section? Because we have this different responsibility on the 4 and 5. Well, there is probably should be some coordination between job for part 4 and part 5. If some project come up and we are not clear, is it part 4 or part 5? Maybe something like 1-2 sentences, or is it job responsibility that it should be, depends on the complexity of the project. These JART members from part 4 should coordinate with part 5. Because my understanding, part 5 JART has different members as well, I mean, different agency. Like Department of Energy certainly should be there, but not in part 4, for example.
Department of which?
Energy.
Well, we have that DSL will invite any other agencies of jurisdiction, so it's because this came up last time too, when we said.
Yeah.
Obviously, like Department of Energy might. It will depend on, but they would need to be convened for a pipeline start, probably.
I mean, just avoid this confusion, let's say applicant apply for some renewable energy, I don't know, something that could be interpretation on the part 4 and part 5. So, and the applicant confused and we require pre-application meeting. And he asked, or applicants ask us, so should we contact JART under part 4 or under part 5? And we will not be able to respond because we don't know by ourselves.
Well,
So
if it's
just
producing
that
power
coordination.
that is gonna come to shore and intersect with the grid, then it would be a renewable energy device and therefore be evaluated under part 5.
But the cable would be under part 4.
The cable portion of the territorial sea plan would apply to the cable routing and placement.
Yeah, and well, so here would be.
That was always how it was intended.
And if we did have a report, would we have to do the charts? Or would that be chart?
I think you.
Part 5 and then. the
I think-
cable As a chart.
I think it would be the same group of people.
So
Because
we would have 2 charts, but it would be the
Yeah,
same.
I don't think that you, I think if you had one, it would suffice for both, as long
Yeah,
as,
okay, that's
as
what
long as you're inviting the, the participants who need to be in the conversation for the cable to appear at those times.
So that chart would have to take into consideration part 5 and part 4.
I think it would be
Not at-
reviewing in totality, the element of the project.
And that's the intent.
That's the intent, is to improve coordination and.
So maybe a suggestion would be to add ahead of the JART language where it says DSL shall, maybe if that DSL could consider like adding this to the part 5, I don't know, there might be some language referencing part 5 here that says DSL may use the part 5 JART for renewable energy projects to meet the criteria or something like that.
Yeah, no, I like
That way it's like,
Yeah,
we have one JART, it's looking at the.
It officially connects them both.
Yeah, I guess with a renewable energy facility that's crossing the territorial sea with a cable, it would just, that part 5 JART would have to take into consideration the policies laid out in part 4 during their,
But I think there needs to be some. clarification.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's gotta be clarification.
Group, could I say something?
Yeah, Delia, please.
I just put in the chat an excerpt from part 5 that says that the transmission cables to shore are authorized under part 4.
Right.
So I think it's pretty, I feel pretty clear about that. maybe I'm not understanding what's happening in the room.
I don't see that.
But I think
She put it earlier, I think it was. Yeah, so Delia, I think what we're saying is yes, correct, it references part 4, but okay, you convene the JART under part 5. And now we need to approve the cable under part 4, are we convening a part 4 JART totally, wholly separately? It's likely to be the same people. Can part 4 say, if you're under part 5, this JART can be, that JART can be the JART?
Yeah, and that's what I think we need clarification that DSL does not have to convene
Two separate
Yeah.
Is that
groups for coordination,
Yeah.
because that's
Okay.
coordinating
Yeah.
effectively.
And it wouldn't make sense, yeah, here, we should be looking at those projects as one holistic project, really.
okay, so just before that excerpt in part 5, it says regulating agencies shall comply with the standards and procedural requirements of part 5. This includes the cables, connectors, or other transmission cables. So I think how that reads to me is that the JART described in part 5 covers the work on the cables, connectors, anchors, and supporting blah, 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 all the other infrastructure with, utilizing whatever policies are stated in part 4. Does that make sense?
Yes, Delia, I think that makes sense.
Okay. So that's what part 5 does. And so if anything, I think I heard somebody mention just having a reference in the JART section of part 4. It should refer to this page, the top of page 4 in part 5.
Yeah, I think that, from an administrative perspective, it's just making clear that these two pieces are tied together in the instance of a marine renewable energy project. So the onus on DSL is to convene and to help to coordinate the review of both of those portions.
For a single project.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think for us at DSL, we just don't want to come into a situation where somebody's gonna say, technically, you need to convene a JART for part 4 for this cable portion. And then that kind of throws a wrench in the whole permitting process. It already takes 6 months to do.
I'm with you. I don't want to be on 2 JARTs for a single project either. So yeah, let's make sure that's clear. Thank you.
Any other thoughts on this section?
The glossary, which has been turned into a larger discussion.
It would say.
Definitions. So.
If not, we can move on.
I did not see picture in the printout, Marcus, so.
Is
it there?
For our electrical resources added.
We don't have page numbers, but
Yeah.
it's ahead of all the purple definitions.
Okay.
Last,
All right. So it is in there.
yeah.
But, and I didn't, yes, there
It
is.
would be page 25.
And okay.
Thanks, Scott.
Okay. Never mind.
And then I dropped the critical infrastructure that definition that was provided to me by Natalia. That's from Department of Homeland Security. CISA.
That's definition, yeah, or US federal.
So I just wanted to use the same definition that they use so that we have that. Otherwise, I don't know. Any of these other definitions if you want to talk about, otherwise we can move on. All right. Move on.
I did have a question on critical marine habitat.
Oh, okay.
I noted that we should probably consider adding other designations like central fish habitat. TSP, I don't know if any of those should be added here. We have critical habitat. And then we have areas designated under TSP. And then what about marine reserves? Is that critical marine habitat? So I just wanted to put that out there. I had a comment.
I guess the thought that I had, isn't the HAPCs and EFH areas are all of that, the federal waters, don't they stop at the state boundary, you're showing?
No,
Habitats come in to, like estuaries are critical habitat.
Well, I was thinking of the federal designation for,
no, EFH, there's EFH in state waters, and there's been proposals for more that sort of overlaps, so yeah, there's certainly, yeah, the federal designations that come in, and again, there's proposals for additional, so I think just having that in here for if and when there is an EFH designated in state waters, it's a state decision, but it's, you know, so they coordinate with the federal on it, but,
Yeah, DSL coordinates with the SH.
Would you put that as a separate definition, essential fish habitat, or would you put essential fish habitat?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out critical marine habitat, we have, do we include more things under that, like marine reserves? Is that housed under our quote unquote critical marine habitat? I actually need to go back where we're using this definition to understand why it's here. And then what else should then be included in that? Or is it, if it's places to avoid, then I think marine reserves should be in there, EFH should be in there, anything where we've designated important habitat, critical habitat should be, you know, not critical habitat in the ESA context, but a broader definition of what we consider our critical habitats. I'm just putting it out as a.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good catch.
And do we know where do we use that in here? I can do a.
It's under,
control F.
yeah, it's 4.3.
It's under the
Under
inventory.
the important use.
Yeah.
What was the number?
1.34. Yeah, all habitats along the proposed route specifically. This is all habitats. Excuse me, it says all habitats, including critical marine. So I would think if we don't define, if we don't have marine reserves and critical marine habitats, that would fall under all habitats. But I don't know.
Yeah.
But do we really need to go deeply to that terminology and provide everything? Because it seems like our terminology 4 pages, even more than any other text.
I'm
Maybe
sure a
should
lot of that.
repeat
will
it
be-
from other sources. In this case, we need to also define what is installation, what is decommissioning, what is maintains. I mean, those technical terms.
So I guess all I was identifying is that, yeah, all habitats, I think the idea there is like, is it rocky, is it sandy bottom, using the, like the Dogami style, or what is there? But then specifically including critical marine habitats, which right now we have limited to critical habitat, I think, designated under TSA, and then anything designated under TSP. I'm just wondering if those habitats should also include marine reserves, EFH, et cetera.
In the next item, under cultural, economic, and social uses, I think marine protected areas would qualify as a state protected area. So I think that bullet could encapsulate those.
So state and federally protected areas
Yeah.
could be, I mean, I guess it's.
Could be Oregon marine reserves and protected areas. It could be.
But is
federal.
EFH qualify as a federally protected area? I mean, it's a designation that leads to additional consultation, but I just would be, I was just pointing out, and I know in other cable projects, they have specifically off Oregon avoided EFH. So I don't think it's a major thing. You know.
Yeah, the territory city package.
No, but there's like essential fish habitat for brown fish that has been proposed in state waters, and so a lot of the like the headlands, like underwater seamounts, et cetera. Those are, essential fish habitat for drownfish, et cetera. And again, there's been proposals for that, and I do believe there is some that overlaps, but I would know better. Into waters.
It appears that the amount of information that's necessary to include in an application may actually necessitate advanced work, perhaps seismic surveys, to try and define some of these things in a pre-permitting actions, work that would be necessary to be undertaken in order to actually complete an application. That may involve ground penetration research, that sort of thing, to do the analysis of the sediments that wouldn't be available in existing information. Do these rules and policies address work in advance of an application? I mean, how would you determine minimal impacts if you had a gap in your inventory information and you had a choice between burial in mud and burial in unconsolidated sand? There's a difference there that would require a choice that would be relevant to a routing decision. But if you didn't have that information, how could you demonstrate that you're minimizing without doing this work in advance of application?
My understanding of that, Mike, is that they first apply for some permits related to the survey. The survey the survey will determine what the route is. And I had given a presentation earlier to this group about how we impact the survey before the route survey is done. But once they do the commercial survey with a survey company, then that's what the cable is. That's the information that is used in the permitting of the cable itself. But they have to get separate permits for the survey activities prior to that.
Prior to application.
That must provide the regulating agencies the data and information to include the resources, use inventory, and exit prior to the.
Right, but if there's no data there, then they have to undertake activities that would be regulated.
It's typical that they have to know where the route is to submit it as part of the application. You don't know where the route is until you've done a survey to determine where the best part is to lay the cable.
But some of those surveys in themselves can be have ecological disturbances.
I think there's one aspect. Most of it is just flying above the seabed, but there's times where they'll send a device to the seabed and they have to get a permit to do a penetration or a core sample or a dredge sample. Sometimes in shallow water where it's gravel and whatnot, they do a little clamshell sampling like that, and they have to get a permit from state for that.
I just didn't see that reference in this stuff.
But it's sort of like a separate thing, and that it's a separate activity before the cable's actually submitted an application.
And it wouldn't be necessary then to address that as part of this.
I think it's covered with existing rules now.
Right. So jumping into the policy section, this is basically unchanged from the last time. This beginning portion of it, just talking about the following being mandatory, and then where that it has to comply with the requirements mandated in the territorial sea plan. And then talks a little bit about federal consistency. That's
I would
generally.
just note that it seems like you've done a search and replace for utilities attached to, below, above, buried in, and in that first introductory thing, it just says fixtures on the seafloor. And so if you're going to use that whole rubric of placed on, attached to, buried in, that would seem to be a place that would also,
Oh, did
that would
it
also.
not get changed in this? Because it's changed on that.
What is it gonna get changed to?
Well, I mean, everywhere else, you can see where it's struck out. When it said seafloor, it said placed on, attached to,
Oh.
buried in, and that, you know, affixed to, buried under.
Yeah.
That just says on the seafloor.
So I have changed it. I took this from stuff that I worked on after I sent this out within the last week. So I have changed that portion of it. Yes, it's changed on that and it's changed in the next set of drafts.
Great.
So, yeah. All right.
Well,
Would it be appropriate to include citations? Like, for example, at the bottom of that policy statement, it just says federal consistent requirements of the Federal Coastal Zone Management Act. And I don't know if it would be appropriate to have a citation of that. So if there was some applicant wanted to have a look at what that is, there would be a means of directing them to it.
Yeah, I could do that.
We do have footnotes in other sections of the territorial sea plan, and I don't think that there's any problem with us doing that in an instance like this. So I think that's a good recommendation.
Any other thoughts on this section? Can't see other people's.
I just had a comment on mandatory. It seemed like we had a discussion about some of the things with cables were fairly known. Long history with cable activities. We know, have a pretty good understanding of how they go. And we wanted to have, if I understood the conversation correctly, we wanted to have some very strict requirements for information and whatnot in case we had some unusual new use, an oil pipeline or something like that. But when we use the word mandatory here, does that preclude the ability to say certain requirements can be waived for, say, submarine cables, but not necessarily waived for pipelines or something of that nature?
Well, I think that as long as it's stated past this point, there are sections where it says this is for cables and these are additional for pipelines and other utilities. So I think that as long as it's following this caveat saying that the following policies and requirements are mandatory. I mean, that was in the original document. That hasn't been changed, that original first sentence. But I think that so long as it's following this section, within the document, then, the policy is, this is what it is for cables, and then this additionally for pipelines or other utilities. See what I'm saying?
Okay. So everything that we think should be waived for a cable, we have to spell out specifically then, because it sounds like there's no latitude other than written policy.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't any latitude in the original document. This is the same as the original document. I mean, there's differences, there's changes that have been made. But yeah, I would say that if it is to be a separate, if there's supposed to be a special case for cables versus pipelines or other utilities, I would say that it would have to be spelled out with that, within the policies or within the implementation. Yeah. So we've already kind of talked about this.
Could I,
Go ahead.
all right, if we're on to that page, no, that's fine. I was just saying when, in this section, when, the bottom section there, when making decisions to approve projects, regulating state agencies shall, and here's one of these, strongly encourage. I wondered if instead of strongly encourage, which is, oh yeah, we try. I can hear someone say that, would perhaps instead say require without explicit exemption. So that it would actually require an applicant to reach out and make contact with these constituencies. But then if in fact it was inappropriate to do so or something, then it would be necessary for the applicant to approach the agencies and say, look, this is what we came up with. That didn't work out, and the agency could offer an explicit exemption from that, as opposed to strongly encourage, which is so vague as to being almost rendering this to be meaningless. Because what criteria would you use to determine if an applicant actually did that?
I guess what I'd like to ask is, how does the applicant know who the community stakeholders are in this sentence?
This will be informed by one of the early meetings of the JART, which will identify the user groups, the local governments, anybody who might be impacted by the proposed location of the route, the cable route. So there would be further definition that's provided through the interagency and early project coordination.
But at this point, the way this is worded, it would still be optional for the applicant to say, I will, they encourage us to do it, but we just decided not to do it.
And the language that you recommended, can you say that again, please?
Would basically say, regulating state agencies shall require, without explicit exemption, this public outreach. So, unless the applicant said, hey, look, this doesn't make sense for us to do that. Then the regulating agencies could say, okay, we'll give you an exemption to that, but otherwise, it's a default that you're required to do that.
Is that number one? I think DSL may need to be rule changes. It's the way that, I'm just stating, the way that our division 83 rules are set up is that we have the same language. We can encourage applicants.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking at what's been going on with this offshore wind and consultation. And the same way with this LNG thing, there was supposed to be consultation, and the applicant says, yeah, we consulted, and the project said, no. And so that puts the agency then in between that sort of thing.
Well, I wonder if we could put in here that agencies shall identify which users of the chart, that part of the process is to identify the users that the applicant has to then consult.
Becky Anthony did have a comment here and a suggested language in the document. Can this be rephrased to applicants shall engage? Instead of strongly engage applicants, the rephrased would be applicants shall engage. That's Becky's edit suggestion.
My only comment to that is we would need to do rule changes. We'd have to change Division 83 rules for us to be able to say, we require you as an applicant to engage and consult with affected push users. We can't require that because it's not a rule that.
But isn't the end result of this whole process some rule changes?
Yeah, well, but then we would have conflicting, language in our division would say, we have to adhere to the territorial C plan, but then we have this other language that says like you're encouraged to, but not required to. So you have the territorial C plan saying you're required to do it, and the division saying someone. I don't know.
Until
Yes.
Yeah, and in general, that like what's just happened with part 3, where we've amended the territorial C plan, but our regulating agencies haven't caught up to that. So, the territorial C plan is a conforming document for regulating agencies that need to then implement it. So there is an expectation that if we include language in here that would require a rule change, then it would commit DSL to making that rule change to conform with the plan. So that would be something we certainly want DSL's guidance on how strongly you feel one way or the other on this language change happening, because of then the cascade to make rule changes if what we've done already hasn't already triggered that threshold.
Yeah, I mean, just based on the chart language alone, you would have to do a rule change. And I'm not trying to say that we wouldn't want to change the rule, I'm just pointing out that that's would be another thing that we would administratively have to.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts on this section? There was a comment that was made during the last meeting by Joanne about a request to require, or actually maybe it was Scott.
I supported, he said it, and I supported
Yeah,
it. yes.
anyway, to require evidence of lasting impact to coastal communities before having to engage in written agreements. So,
And that's specifically to written agreements.
yeah, so I just was wondering if folks would like to discuss that, if there was any kind of thoughts on that or potential ways that you think that should be worded in the document.
This is under 6. or
This
we're
would
gonna-
be under, yeah, under,
Our communication and cooperative mechanisms.
from, yeah. Well, no.
Is it not under
It's
sub
it's
two?
under, yeah, sorry, it's
On the bottom.
the last paragraph, and it'd be a request to require evidence of lasting impact to coastal communities before requiring written agreements between coastal communities and the applicant. Delia?
I'm wondering if Scott or Joanne could say more about the intent there. I'm not really sure. It sounds really subjective to me. And I think putting the onus on state agencies to show evidence of a lasting impact before they can require, that seems really upside down to me.
So
So-
example would be if you were landing a cable in Oregon, you would absolutely approach the OFCC and you would say, you know, we're thinking of landing a cable. And the OFCC would share with you a copy of the agreement that all the other cables that came into Oregon signed up to. And in that agreement, everybody is treated exactly the same, all cable owners are treated exactly the same. And what you're committing to is the same. The payments are the same. You know what you're signing up to for 25 years. And that agreement is in place because the cable is directly impacting the livelihood and revenue of fishermen. They have to fish, they have to take into account protocol of fishing around cables. And so it is impacting their livelihood and their lives. And I guess what I'm trying to understand is when you land a cable on the coast, there is some temporary disruption with construction, but then it's usually all underground, out of sight. What's the impact?
So it's the analogous question of what is the potential harm to some community that's on land that would necessitate an agreement for the lifetime of the cable?
Yeah.
We represent trawl fishermen because trawl fishermen are the fishing method that has the potential to impact the cable and has an impact from the cable in our fishing activities. I used to, when I was young, I fished for salmon and albacore, albacore you troll on the surface. Absolutely no impact to a albacore boat from a cable on this buried in the seafloor. But I think what Joanna's saying, there shouldn't have to be evidence of a written agreement with albacore fishermen if there's nothing there that is ever going to impact them. And I think as we see community agreements, there's coming now with offshore wind, there's going to be money involved in a lot of these projects and benefit money to groups. And so frankly, money brings out the worst in some sectors. And there will be people saying, hey, we want a piece of that. Okay, where's your impact? Well, we don't have one, but everybody else is getting money. We want money too. And I just think that needs to be made clear from the beginning that it's fine to have a written agreement with people who have impacts. But if there's no demonstrable impact, there shouldn't be any requirement for an agreement.
So my read on this section, thank you both for that. That really does help me understand where you're coming from. My read on this number 2 here is that we're talking about the state promoting direct communication and collaboration with affected users and communities to resolve or avoid conflicts, right? So it's a matter of identifying what those conflicts are, resolving and avoiding them. The written documentation of that conversation is just to offer the state proof that those discussions took place and that both parties agree they took place and it was resolved. So the issues you're talking about would come up if, you know, the applicant went to the community and the community refused to agree to that, right? If the community refused to agree that it had been resolved or avoided. But if that was the case, then you wouldn't have an agreement. You wouldn't be able to fulfill this part of it anyway. So I think, to me, all this is saying is, you know, write it down, show that both sides are in agreement that this is what occurred. This discussion happened and these were the outcomes.
I think
That's
that
all.
there's more to the agreements that were, you know, signed between the fishermen and cable companies, and that was who to contact if there was an incident, how
They fish around the cable.
Yeah, how they fish around the cable.
how they fish around the cable, how
Burial
claims
requirements.
would be made, how, yeah. I think that there was additional purpose behind those agreements other than just trying to understand the impact. I think it was, you know, how conflict resolution would occur in the case of something happening. And I think, you know, that is important to recognize. The question is what is the analog to other kinds of uses that would require that same level of a formalized agreement?
We might be able to make this more clear with a little change in wording.
Yeah.
Talk about the communication aspect and then talk about the written agreement with affected users.
Yeah.
This is really, there's two things.
Yes.
We communicate with crab fishermen
Right.
because it involves, you know, there's portions of the installation that will impact them briefly, temporary, but still have an impact. So we work really hard to make sure they're happy, they're notified ahead of time, all that sort of thing. But we don't have a written agreement with the crabbers because that's just a statutory impact. They're happy, we're happy, and we all go about our business. This goes back, Delia, to 2000 when this part 4 was adopted, and it was because when cable companies submitted their joint permit application, they included a copy of the agreement with the OFCC. And I think the agencies just said, hey, this is a good idea, let's include it when we, in part 4.
Yeah, and your process, Scott, is so well developed, and it's certainly a reliable one. There are other projects though that don't have agreements under the Cable Commission. You know, I'm thinking about like the correspondence that happened between Windfloat Pacific and Source in Coos Bay a number of years ago. You know, they had very different perspectives on the content of those early discussions. And so I think the state would find it useful to have that discussion memorialized and agreed to by all parties, that this is what we talked about and this is what we agreed to. Having the Cable Commission there as a moderator to that discussion, I find that enormously, I don't know, soothing, but not all those agreements are going to be moderated by the Cable Commission. So for that purpose, I think it's important for the state to look for some written documentation of those early discussions.
Yeah, I do want to be careful that it's, you know, delegation of state authority doesn't happen in this instance, where we are saying that for a project to be able to move forward, that there has to be a written agreement between an affected community and the cable company, because that is not something I think the state would want to delegate to a third party. So I think that there's a potential concern in that regard, and that the language here as written might actually border on that. So I think that's something that, again, we want to be careful about. And then I see two hands, Jeff and Blake, and I can't remember who's first. So Jeff, why don't you go first?
Okay, thank you. Andy, I want to echo that point you just made, that if the state delegates its authority to a non-state entity, then it would not be approvable as an enforceable policy by NOAA. Under federal consistency, the state has to be the one making the determination. However, kind of to Delia's point about the written agreements being proof, in A1 there, if it stays the way it is now, one of your standards, one of your criteria is that conflict be avoided. And so you may be able to frame this such that the state may require written agreements as evidence that that conflict has been avoided. And then that would allow the state to make that determination at the federal consistency stage that, yes, the conflict has been avoided because we have this written agreement as evidence, but it wouldn't mean you have to have it every single time. The state may be able to make some other or find some other method of determining that no conflict is present.
I think the language when necessary here
Yeah.
saves us
Yeah.
on that point, because we are putting it in the state's discretion. It's not required of the state to have third parties do this. It's saying when necessary, like the project that Julia just highlighted, or otherwise, I think it's important to give the state that authority to require them when, as proof that conflict has been avoided when that has occurred. So if it helps us say, and may require written agreements among the parties when necessary, I don't know how that works as an enforceable policy, so we defer there, but I think the when necessary puts it in the state's discretion. But sorry, I
No,
overtalked
it's
you
fine.
again.
I was just essentially gonna say the same thing. I like Jeff's language as evidence of, avoiding conflicts, may require this written description, with written agreements. I would say that one thing that I've noticed, and I have not, authorized this or been a part of as many cable projects as Scott has, but, there are some agreements like Delia says that, don't use OFCC. And for example, OSU has a cable, they use.
Fine. Fine.
Yeah, fine. Can you find them? I can't find them. I don't know who is a part of it or where they are, or what the organization is, or anything like that, because it wasn't a permanent organization. Was not intended to last the length of the cable.
I think it still is.
It is.
Still in.
It's a Lincoln County advisory.
County body appointed by county commissioners. And it's called the Fishermen Involved in Natural Energy, I believe.
Yeah, and we've just had a difficult time with, it's not as well established as OFCC. And that's not to knock them, but, when we don't, I guess I would say one of the issues is that when we don't identify who these effective users are, and we have to have written agreements, then, that it's up to the applicant to make that decision. And it's up to the applicant to figure out, what that written agreement would look like, or who the, users are. And I would rather see the state of the charter more active in that and say, we would like to see, we see these conflicts here, we see these ocean users, here wanting to use the, the seafloor, and then you're also wanting to put a route here, so you need to figure out, how to resolve these conflicts, rather than, leaving it a little bit more open-ended, like this is, because then what happens is a new organization may pop up every time we have a cable, and then, is this an OFCC cable? Is this a fine cable? Is this a, whatever other organization is involved?
Well, the language of back to 2000, the original part 4, promote direct communication between affected ocean users to resolve or avoid conflicts and require written agreements among the parties when necessary to ensure communication and memorialize agreements. So it kind of works.
The thing. I think, but to your point on involving the JART, we have a section 4.2.2 right now, JART roles and responsibilities, and I think you could add one perhaps that says, the JART will either, help facilitate and identify affected ocean users, et cetera, that applicants must engage, consult with, or something along. If you could add.
You can even
Yeah.
reference, you can even reference the subsection that we're
Yeah, so that could be-
talking to.
Yeah, I think that would be the JART rules, but then it's not on the applicants as we're like, they're not gonna know necessarily coming into Oregon.
Actually,
And, we don't want to put the applicant in a position where they're saying, here's the affected users, and we have to say, no, you're wrong, and then there might be some, conflict. It could be a more collaborative experience when we're talking about it.
I guess I would just say that our experience lately is that applicants are coming and trying to do their homework ahead of time. Wind developers, cable people, they come early and they want to know the landscape and talk. And so I feel good about the process just because I see that developing strongly as people go forward.
Doesn't hurt to codify that.
Yeah.
Because we've got a bunch of great people now working on it.
Right.
Who knows in 20 years?
Well, it's in there.
So,
Darth Vader will be knocking on your door tomorrow.
so I just wanted to bring up the comment that was made earlier about here in the policy section, A subsection 4, restore the natural characteristics of site. ODFW said good concept, but what action would this imply for the C4? The question would be what natural characteristics need to be restored, and that's pretty squishy. Cable removal is transient disturbance. The disturbance may have a temporary negative ecological effect, but the natural resettlement that will follow is not a process we can speed up or enhance. I think that Delia kind of brought that up earlier. I did want to ask if the previous definition that I had brought up of restore, including active restoration and passive restoration, addresses this with active restoration, including the removal of infrastructure and passive restoration being passive. Does that address this sufficiently? Or does this section still need to be changed in some way in order to address what restoration means in this context?
I think he made that.
This comment, yeah, I guess it was specifically that.
Becky, Anthony. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was having trouble finding my mute button. I'd have to look at can I think about that, look at the definitions of the active and passive restoration? We don't have to do that now. But let me think on this. This was Scott Marion's comment, so, and he's not here today. So let me look at the definitions and see what I think.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other thoughts on this section before we move on? Well, we're gonna just put this on break slide and we're gonna take a break.
Marcus,
Yes.
did you capture my comment from earlier about at the beginning of A? I know we talked about it. I just want to make sure you captured it. That it should read, when proposing a project, an applicant shall design and cite projects responsibly.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because Andy is saving the chat log from this, so everything that's been in the chat will be saved. So yes.
Did I put that in the chat? Okay, great. Thanks.
All right, we're gonna get started again. Welcome back, everybody. So we've kind of moved on to the implementation requirements section. So this is the beginning portion of that. There wasn't significant changes in this to the last iteration of the draft. If you have any thoughts on this section or on this portion of the text, now's the time to talk about it. Otherwise, we can move on.
I guess I would make a comment.
Go ahead, Scott.
So this is not in any specific part, but just into this whole, all the implementation requirements. Part of the value of Oregon's current process is that it's relatively timely. We have an advantage over California because Oregon has been more nimble and responsive and timely. I don't want to see Oregon's advantage being taken away by, expanding the process, the timeline. So if the JART needs to meet, let's make sure that it meets quickly and efficiently, and that we don't turn this into a long, that's the one thing that I learned from cable owners, and maybe Joanne would comment, but they want a known, they want as much known as possible. So if they know that the timeline is 6 months, I think that's what our current thing is, that there has to be some kind of decision within 6 months, that they know that they can count on. And so reliability is good. And, I'd say if the JART meets, we should plan on meeting as frequently as need be to keep the timeline in Oregon quick. People have come to Oregon specifically because the process in California was so slow and so onerous. Now California is seeing the value of cables. New cables have gone into Eureka and places where they haven't been before, because California is seeing these are valuable assets to our state, and they've reduced the timeline, and they've reduced the permitting requirements. So
Yep, I would agree. So the timeline is factored into our plan of work for new subsea cable system. And it's, there are so many aspects of the subsea cable system, so many things to keep in track of, and so if the timeline is longer than what we expect, it can really mess up the project overall. And so, the timeline is super important that we understand what that is. So we understand what we need to do, and then we understand what the timeline is, as long as we do those things.
one aspect of that is cable ships. Cable ships projects are booked way in advance. So I think Joanne's husband's involved with cable installations, and so if something goes wrong, you might miss your window for when your install was supposed to happen, and then you got to, really get pushed back. So
Yes, that's true.
it's a big deal.
Jeff, do you have something?
Thank you. Yes, I did. There's a section in the implementation portion. It is section 4.3.4.1, where we're talking about the inventory content. And this is just a question that I have for you all. In 4.3.4.1, the first sentence says, information to be provided by applicants about the proposed project within the territorial sea, and then it lists A through G. My question to you is, are you absolutely sure that you want to limit our information collection at the territorial sea line? Because with our GLD, do you see a situation where there's a cable outside the territorial sea for which we see an effect inside the territorial sea, and therefore would want to have information about it? Because you might be able to just leave out that within the territorial sea piece and have the same effect without having to geographically limit yourself here in this section.
Thank you, Jeff. Make a note.
It's page 16 of 28 of the. Yes.
Does our definition of project include the location?
No,
I-
it's just related to
think-
the process.
This was copied over from part 5, correct? Because things like numbers and sizes of structures. I mean, that seems like that's really not talking about submarine cables or pipelines.
I think this was taken from part 2 of the territory. So that was, it was a much more general resource inventory requirement, so.
Well, the thing of it is when there's things that aren't germane to a certain specific project, if they're still listed here, then the permitting contractor, typically a lot of the companies use a contractor, he's got to make a comment saying this doesn't really apply, but it's still more, it kind of lengthens the time, the amount of effort he has to put into, materials to be disposed of. All these things are going to require an additional comment to say this really doesn't apply, or
Yeah, I'm trying to think what materials we disposed.
well, like I say, I think it came from some other source, and this was a cut and paste and dropped in here. So
So maybe we
Drilling
can,
fluid, I don't know, probably.
maybe we
Or the
can,
drilling fluids.
It's not recovered necessarily.
yeah, I think it is.
Well,
It's
not-
recovered.
It all, they use it and then it comes right back. There's a little bit that we pushed out in, at punch out, but it all gets removed from the hole. That's the intention. Now, you could have a Facebook cable where, it breaks and drilling fluid is,
Correct.
well, it was left in place, the drilling fluid, because it hardens within hours, within days, something like that.
Delia, you have a comment or a question?
I do. In the text that's on the screen there at the beginning of part 4, I wonder if it should link it back to the fact that part 4 is about seafloor structures, and just add somehow somewhere in here, maybe when implementing a seafloor project related to cables. I feel like it's kind of getting away from the intent of part 4 if we don't continue to reiterate that it's related to the seafloor. So that's just a suggestion, minor one. The more significant one that I wanted to bring up has to do with section 4.2 and the JART team, or the JART, and JART membership. Has the group discussed whether this should be, whether the JART membership should consist of state agencies or the full complement of everybody listed here?
We have had that discussion, Delia, and this is one where after thinking about it some more, go back to kind of the 80-20 rule. If I want to provide a lot of general context and the framework, but that we really want to allow, DSL some flexibility as they seek to stand up the JART, right? So, at the beginning, prior to the state agencies knowing where an application is going to come in, it may just be the state agencies that meet an initial time with an applicant. And once we know then where the project is, then we would identify the local government, the other entities, potentially affected stakeholder communities, and they would have an invite, or tribes, and they would have an invite to a next meeting, right? So I think there's going to be an order of operations that's appropriate that the administration or staffing of the JART is going to require. And I don't want to be overly prescriptive about that for DSL's benefit. So, that is something we've been thinking about. Certainly there's, I think the intent is that we bring the entities to the table that need to be at the table so that an applicant has a clear communication from the group, what is going to be required, when it's going to be required, and how they're going to be reviewed.
What is the JART under? I had part 5 pulled up and then I closed it. Is it broader like than the JART
This language was from
like,
part 5.
Roberts.
Yeah.
So I think given that, I mean, having some separate agency only JART doesn't make sense, especially with renewable energy projects, and that's already gonna have a JART that's more expansive. I mean, personally, I'm all for more people at the table from the start, because that's gonna identify conflicts and all and resources perhaps that aren't known. So I also had a note, which could, I guess, fall into one of these, I guess, advisory committees, like OPAC, I guess would fall maybe into the statewide advisory committee, maybe. Would we want an OPAC representative?
You could have an OPAC representative, although the agencies who are on the OPAC are likely at the table.
Right.
Um,
So Andy, that first
And Andy,
meeting,
can I respond to you?
Yeah, go ahead, Delia.
Yeah, so where I was going with that is two things. One is in the beginning in section 4.2, where it says the purpose of the JART is coordination and communication amongst regulatory agencies. ODFW is technically not a regulatory agency, but I think we're a pretty critical player in this process. And so I would prefer that read among state agencies and other entities as appropriate. So that the number 1 under JART membership is the sort of mandatory JART membership, and then 2, 3, 4, and 5 are as appropriate. A secondary edit that I will suggest, and I'll put both of these in the text, or sorry, in the chat, is that under 4.2.1, it say DSL will invite representatives to the coordination meetings from the following state agencies, as well as other jurisdictions and organizations as appropriate. Again, I think that the core team is of a joint agency review team are the state agencies that all have to be there to participate in representing our networked authorities. And I think that DSL has plenty of information and interest from other groups that may or may not be able to participate in an individual JART, and that shouldn't hang us up. So, you know, I appreciate what Scott was saying earlier about wanting this to be an efficient process. I also am a firm believer in inclusion, but I think we need to find a way to make this, to think through how this is going to work and make it, you know, efficient and inclusive. And that's my suggestion on how to do that.
Thank you, Delia.
Yeah, maybe the purpose of the JART, because he initially agree in the first sentence, we have coordination between regulatory agency, and then later on, we have facilitate coordination of state, federal, local jurisdiction, and etc. So maybe we can make it more compact to avoid those. I mean, using language which is in House Bill 2601, which is federal, state, local, tribal. That was like initial purpose for coordination. In this case, we will have this more flexibility to include different agencies, state and non-state, and communities.
Thank you. Any other thoughts?
I just want to clarify, because I'm the applicant. That first meeting, Andy, that you talked about, that the applicant talks to the DSL, is that the first part of JART, or is it like a pre-JART meeting?
Well, I think you would need to set up, you would need to reach out to DSL, and then DSL would have to reach out to the rest of the agencies to schedule. So I think
That
it would
very
be,
first meeting, I'm saying, where you
Yeah.
said that you could have another meeting where because you learn more about the project and you realize that there's
Seeing
more
a-
affected
yeah.
groups and you want to invite them. So it's just like a multi-step JART meeting?
yes,
Okay.
I think that's right. We do a pre-app, and that's separate from JART. We would kicks off the JART, but I mean, I think I touched on it a little bit. You would have to do, propose rulemaking that would include the language of what kicks off the JART in addition to. Following, we have a pre-application meeting, and then that would kick off the JART. DSL would invite all the members to.
So
the
it is
JART.
it's a pre-application. Okay.
But to the JARC membership, Andy, can we prescribe? Or rather, can we have, I want to force, but it seems like we are, we may invite federal agencies, but what authority does the territorial sea plan have to, jurisdictions that are outside of the state, federal, tribal, or anything?
Well, we would certainly invite those agencies for the purpose of coordination, but no, we cannot require federal agencies to. And we do have the authority if actions outside of the territorial sea plan have a reasonably foreseeable effect on resources that have been identified within the territorial sea. And, those would be based upon our enforceable policies. So we could call the question of federal agencies if they try and have a development and an authorization that doesn't meet those. So we could call the federal consistency question there. Trying to think if there was another element of that question I want to answer.
Not really, it's just,
Okay.
yeah, I think we answered it. I would like to state, just, say, I agree with, really that, the state agencies should be more of a requirement to be a part of it, not an invitation. Because we rely heavily on, consulting with Fish and Wildlife or environmental quality or any of these other natural resource regulatory agencies for their expertise, and so if we don't have them at the table, then we don't have that expertise there. So I think with the state agencies, it should be a requirement, if not.
So we could have it's almost like JARC membership needs to be two parts, sort of like
Yeah, shall
DFL.
include the following federal agencies.
DFL shall convene a JARC, which includes representatives from XYZ, whatever, all the agencies, and then DSL will invite representatives or shall invite representatives from the following agencies, like as necessary and appropriate. From the following agencies and other. I mean, I don't have a problem with that sort of delineation, as long as, again, we're with part 5, because of that, this is a renewable energy project. I think we have, it's going to be a different process.
Well, there would be more for the JARC to review, certainly, if it's a marine renewable energy project, because there's all the elements of the resource and inventory requirements associated with part 5 that are not a part of the review for just the cable elements.
What I meant was that if the part 5 process has started and that JARC convenes, then we just need to make sure, again, that we reference here, DSL doesn't also convene the agencies again separate from part 4.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, like we just need to again be clear that.
Or vice versa, right? If you have a part 5 chart that's doing a cable, but it's also part of, the review, they're reviewing the cable that goes into territorial sea. We want to make sure that those members that are required in the chart under part 4 are also involved in the chart. Not that they're two separate, but that we don't have missing pieces when we convene a part 5 chart that also reviews the cable. We may have the discretion to invite certain agencies, and then what if DSL doesn't invite a specific agency that's called out in this part 4?
I mean, I think the language here gives room to add other agencies as necessary. So I think we allow some flexibility in the language here.
Which is taken from part 5.
Yeah. And I mean, I think there may be instances where the representation for evaluating a marine renewable energy portion is different than for evaluating the cable portion, but I think they're likely going to be pretty similar.
I think so. My fear is that there
You would
might be a
yeah.
little bit of gray or a loophole that, kind of close out. Envisioning 20 years from now, when I am
Yeah.
retired,
Right, yeah.
proprietary specialist and somebody else who's competing in charge. And, you know, I want to make sure that they're going to make the same decisions or make good decisions.
Yeah.
Can I offer something that will probably throw a huge wrench into this? What, what about, I mean, in this process, can we add a reference in part 5 to part 4 as well? Like, can we more specifically than what is in there now? Because, and it just specific to the JART and say, and I think OPAC and hopefully LCDC would understand, we're not opening part 5, but a technical adjustment to make clear that these JARTs are connected if you're talking about a renewable energy project, and any JART on a renewable energy project that will have a cable must include the membership that would be required under part 4 or something. I just think, to your point, we can try to reference it here as best we can, but part 5 should also maybe be a little more clear on this point, even though it does reference it there. I'll just throw that wrench into all your.
I think that could be easily added to the memo that we're gonna send to OPAC in addition, you know, that's separate from the amendments to part 4. You know, we could send that as a recommendation in the memo that be added to part 5.
Yeah, I think that there are a couple of technical fixes to part 5 that have sprung up over time already. You know, the addition of new cables. We need to add the cables to our map for part 5 as an example of a technical fix that we need to do. So I think if we have a recommendation for a technical fix of language related to JART, I think we should document that. We should forward it to OPAC. I think they can use that as a, you know, rationale for, you know, doing a quick technical amendment to part 5. And that would help us because we do need to update that portion.
Okay.
So I'm not thrown off at all by that suggestion. I think it's a good one. It's just the level of detail that then I could see some wanting to open up other parts of part 5 and.
Yeah. Thrown in like.
Yeah.
More to public process. We have not noticed that we're going to be touching part 5 if it's a technical amendment. I think as long as we're clear in all of that, it's, you know, I'm comfortable, but I think that that's something we should consider, just given these things have clear overlap due to offshore renewable energy. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that wrench in for everybody.
Yeah, I am actually agree. I was thinking like we have the purpose of the JART coordination communication between in the early stage of project planning, and maybe we can add part 5 reference as well. So it's just not related to project that under part 4, but also project that could be related to part 5. Just added something in the beginning with the purpose of JART.
I think it's definitely worth thinking about. Yeah.
I'm just thinking in part 5 above the JART language there, you could add this JART shall, you know, also be responsible for implementing part 4. You know, we can type.
It could be done like that note that was here, that was
Yeah.
included there from that 2020 or from that 2000 note that we encountered here. Have it inserted as a note. Just say, see this.
I think there are a lot of good options. And Marcus will.
We'll get it. Are there any other? Oh, go ahead.
It seems like the purpose of the JART is to be the environmental review committee. That they're looking at an application, they're coordinating amongst agencies, but they're looking for any flags that would need to be addressed about the proposal project. And at the top of page, for me, it's 4.3, the resource and use inventory effects evaluation. The bottom of that says an applicant may use relevant inventory information included in a project application to a federal agency to meet the requirements of this subsection. But down in 4.3.3, use of available environmental information, it says they can use information from other authoritative sources. So I'm not sure why up in the top there, you would limit yourself to using information from a federal agency. when you're willing to accept information from any authoritative source.
It's not from a federal agency,
No.
Mike, it's an application to a federal.
Yeah,
It's just allowing, like, hey, you don't,
but it,
I think the intent is the applicant may take information that they've already submitted to the
Yeah.
agency and use it.
but if you're allowing it to be from authoritative sources, why confine it to a federal agency?
Oh, but I don't think it confines it. Because it doesn't
Okay.
require.
So it's just specifically allowing, it, even though it's from any other authoritative source.
It's more of a plus one. Like if you have other authoritative sources, you can use them too.
If in fact the role of the JARC then is to be that sort of environmental review committee, does the process of the JARC actually explicitly review the avoidance plan? If we're doing this cascade, it seems to me too often regulatory permitting agencies jump right to the mitigation. And there isn't any real critical evaluation of how has this proposal been structured to avoid impacts? And the discussion seems to jump straight to how we're going to mitigate. And I don't know, in a way that leaves it to the applicant to affirm that they've avoided when possible. And I don't know whether there needs to be an explicit review just to say, are there any other ways other than the ways that the applicant proposed to avoid impacts? But I think too often this avoidance gets lost in the conversation of a regulatory process, because if you've completely avoided impacts, then
Well, you didn't do the project.
yeah, you wouldn't be an applicant.
Yeah, mitigation includes avoidance. I mean, that's part of when you're talking about what is mitigation, the first thing in mitigation is to avoid.
Right. So in that same vein of saying, well, I tried to read this to say what we did not address. And then it gets down to the inventory content. And the inventory content is this really checkbox of physical things. What's the dirt look like? Where are the fish? But we discussed earlier that there are impacts associated with the timing and the duration and the methods that are used. When I'm trying to figure out how would the JARC draw those into its evaluation just by looking at these rules. And it seems to me it goes straight to that inventory content. And by going straight to that inventory of what are the physical environmental things that would be impacted, it doesn't necessarily talk about the duration of those impacts. It just talks about where will the impacts take place. So, from the activities that are associated with it, not necessarily the places or the things.
Well, if you go down to the written evaluation portion of the text, it does ask an applicant to state how the project as designed has done those things. So what is the time?
Where are you?
4.34.5. If you look, there's a subs heading under biological and ecological effects. And then there's a list A through E of timeframes or periods over which the effects will occur, the ecosystem structure or productivity, or how it may impact threatened, endangered, or sensitive species. So it's, the way part two, and that this was derived from part two, the way it was structured, it was to give us the physical parameters, context of the environment, and then the written effects evaluation as how did the company, design their project so that it's as consistent as possible with the policies and the requirements of Oregon's territorial sea plan. So they've avoided rocky reef habitats by, routing appropriately through soft sediment. They're using horizontal directional drilling to avoid impacts to the ocean shore. That, that's the kind of thing. And that, having them state this in their written evaluation would allow agencies as well as local governments and others on the JARC to understand that process that they went through.
And Jeff Burroy mentioned in the chat, for purposes of the evaluation, the submittal shall base determination on reasonably foreseeable adverse effects on scientific evidence. And so it continued, to me, reasonably foreseeable includes effects over time and the degree of uncertainty involved.
And then I'll just offer my final comment on this, and I'll be quiet. But under 4.3.4.6, where it says cultural, economic, and social uses, it's followed by 4.3.4.7, which is significant historical, cultural, and archaeological resources. Well, I guess cultural resources of fish in my mind. So it just seems like there's overlap between the items listed in 4.3.4.6 and 4.3.4.7. And sometimes I don't see the distinction between significant cultural resources because in modern times, in today's times, fish are a significant cultural resource. So I don't know if you're talking about like native heritage here or.
Is this supposed to get that SHPO report?
I'm thinking that this 4.3.7, however that is numbered, is actually referring to the requirements for SHPO and tribal consultation more broadly.
Yeah.
And maybe we should say, you know, that specifically, because I do think as written, there is overlap.
Yeah.
And it's unclear where that's coming from.
Yeah.
So, a word about SHPO reports or cultural archaeological reports. If the JARC receives them, it's a confidential document. It's not suspect to or subject to the public request rules. You can't retain it in, computers can't share it. So we would want to make sure that we have some language. If that's what we're referring to when a cultural archaeological report, then we want to make sure that we know that it's confidential and it's not subject to a public request. If the JARC can't share it.
Similarly, the trawl information for individual trawl vessel AIS data is confidential. So again, that points to the fact that there's only one kind of cultural resource. And maybe we shouldn't try and distinguish.
I did, yeah, I mean, it is interesting that we do say in 4.3.4.6 cultural economic and social uses. And then we again say in 4.3.4.7, right below, significant historical.
The one is perhaps on how contemporary.
And what is cultural in the one above? What is cultural?
Right, yeah.
Well, one is caveated by significant. I don't know. No, I mean, yeah, I don't know if that actually does.
No, that might have some sort of.
Yeah, legal.
I think they're talking about contemporary versus historical. 4.6 is contemporary cultural significance, which could include traditional. But then there's also the significant, which would be more of that historically significant place thing, historically cultural significant. It just.
I think it's a point well taken, Mike. I think it's likely targeted towards the SHPO requirement and tribal consultation to ensure that there are no tribal government concerns. And I think that we should call that out.
So can I ask, go ahead, finishing it on.
I was just gonna say, I don't know whether or not this is something that an applicant would be responsible for providing.
Right.
And that's where I hesitate to keep it included, because I think, once an applicant comes to DSL knows where it is or where it's proposed, then I think the tribal consultation responsibilities fall to DSL and not to the applicant.
And maybe that should be close to the JARC's responsibility.
Well, the JARC, I think, should make sure that that's happened in some way, but it could be just documentation that consultation has occurred with the relevant tribal government entities.
But there could also be, this might have specific meaning in law, specific historical, sure, but there also might be like I think an applicant could find, you know, what's the shipwreck everyone goes visits that on. the
Iredale?
point of the- Yeah, I mean, you could say, hey, that's there, you know, we might not want to be digging, I don't know, I feel like there's probably some things that could be identified easily by an applicant, but we're not talking very specifically about those legal requirements and consultation. There might just be areas that, you know, I think this is all information we're asking applicants to put forward to the agencies, just based on, you know, what they know of the area. I hear Scott's point, like, some things might be, you literally might be writing not applicable in some situations, but, you know, it's still that we want that information. It is a checkbox because we want that information when we're doing any sort of project. And this isn't just the cable either, right? In this
No,
part, we're
no.
talking pipelines, potential, you know, there could be, you know, more impacts than we're talking about just potentially cable. So.
Well, I still have a question here, and I don't mean to be insensitive, but say a wind developer wanted to bring a cable in somewhere in Coos County, and tribes indicate, well, we think there was a village in the water underneath, now buried by water, but 10,000 years ago, we think there was a village out there. What do you do with that? I mean, there was when Pacific Wind Float had a public meeting in Coos Bay. That was an issue that came up, that Chippewa had said there's potential that there were tribal villages in the area where this proposed to be sited. How do you deal with that? I mean, what should the state deal with? How should we even handle it? There's no way of documenting that it was there. Maybe the tribe would say, well, it's oral tradition that we had a village out there. I mean, I don't know. I don't see how this is relevant. How do you use this information?
Well, maybe there's a condition put on the cable burial that there's specific observation, you know, recorded in a certain section of the path, or observed very carefully. Just, I mean, I think, and this is me interpreting what I would think a tribal government would be interested. They would be interested to know if there were any archaeological remains that were present that could inform them about their cultural history. And so the intent would be to understand if there was any observation along the route and a requirement to, you know, look. And if there is the analogous way on land is that if all of a sudden you see something, then the project stops and then there's a further investigation. And obviously, that would be problematic for a cable company. But that I think there's a federal law that requires, you know, the opportunity for that investigation to occur.
The shoreline supposedly was where our 100-fathom curve is now. I don't know if it's 10,000 years or how many. 10,000 years. Okay. But I mean, there's no evidence from 10,000 years ago that it's still going to be there. There's no way of.
I tend to agree.
I think it's just sort of too bizarre to even try to deal with.
And I think practically there. Again, what is this really trying to get at in terms of impacts to a group of people or to resources? I'd like to try and have a conversation with Steve or someone else who might remember how that piece was put in the original part 2 of the territorial sea plan, to understand that context a little bit better. But I could see wanting to ensure that tribal consultation happens, that the JART reviews that.
Right, I think it's important to distinguish what we're asking the applicant to put forward here and the state's obligation to consult with tribal governments. That those
two things are separate.
Those two things are separate.
Susan,
But is it archaeological or cultural or equivalent to the tribal consultation?
No, that would be different. I mean,
Yeah,
they
so
could
I
be
think
two
this is
independent
the question,
things.
is it archaeological or cultural report about any resources there within the project area, not a consultation with the tribe.
Yeah, I mean, I see this almost as like,
They should be.
Yeah.
We see that like in our removal field permits. They're not supposed to, but when they submit the federal application, they provide a cultural archaeological report. Sometimes that is included in our application because it's a joint permit application. You know, what we. I guess the point is, if there are resources there within the project area, then we can issue the permit to say, if you find something, you have to stop this project and do more investigation. And so that would, you know, have to apply to the Crystal project because it's just state law. We can't, you know, if we see archaeological or cultural resources, you can't purposely, you know, for damage. So we have to protect them and make sure that they, you know, are there because they're, you know, significant to this, as well as. But, so I guess that said, if there, you know, if a cultural or archaeological resource came up in this project area, you know, that would probably be a condition that we would filter. That if in the activities, the cable company finds resources, they would have to stop the project. And that would be the whole point of getting that archaeological or cultural report done, is to make sure that before you start the project, you know there's not anything there. You know, yeah.
So that would be in your avoidance.
Yeah, so if you did a cultural report and it said, hey, there's a known indigenous burial, then we would likely want you to avoid that. And because there's, how do you minimize damage to a burial? The only way you can do it is.
and
Well,
the
I
other piece of this language is that, you know, National Historic Register of Places, right? If like, it could also be like federally recognized historic places or other cultural. So I think we need to do the legwork to figure out what the original intent was, if I can find it. And if not, then I think we need to make it clear if this is referencing a specific federal data set, or if this is a SHPO report, or if this is something different. But either way, I think it's ambiguous as to the difference between 6 and 7.
Susan?
Whoops, sorry, I got my mute button undone, but not my video. There we go. Okay, I just want to say I appreciate this discussion, especially over tribal, you know, Scott's point about tribal sites, you know, that were there thousands of years ago is a good one. But at the same time, I think it's important to be cognizant of that. And California has been doing a lot of work on this and struggling with it too. So it may be worth taking a little bit of time to see how the Ocean Protection Commission, I think is what it is, OPC, see how they're dealing with that, and then come back and revisit it. I don't know, Andy, you may have and Marcus, you may have contacts in California, you know, that are working on this already. It maybe we're seeing how they're dealing with it and coming back.
Well, if this is, Susan, thank you for this suggestion. If this is something that's focused on tribal significant cultural resources or historical resources, then I do think there are other efforts that can inform us. Bureau of Ocean Energy Management has embarked on a tribal cultural landscapes project, and they have done some mapping of potential historical shorelines. So there are some resources out there that we could direct folks to basically understand what where they could look for this information if publicly available.
Yeah, and that's where I think I was getting at, the like what an applicant can provide, the ability to provide versus the state obligation to consult with any tribe. I just want to make sure that we're clear about that this is not intended to, you know, do that.
Yeah.
So,
Any other thoughts in this section? I guess like we kind of jumped around a bunch, so I guess anything in section 4 is what we're talking about right now, so there's other things that you want to bring up.
So this is a pretty extensive list, especially if you're trying to land a telecommunications cable. In the pre-application process, would that be the time where the DSL would tell us which of the items would be required?
Which sections are you?
Really, all of 4. There's a lot of 4. There's
So
a lot in 4.
you wouldn't normally provide the location, or?
I mean, no, I'm saying there are some that are obvious, and then there are others that, you know, would seem like unnecessary. But it would not necessarily be our decision. And what I'm saying is, how early in the process is the DSL, you know, and or JART telling us, okay, this is not necessary because it's a telecommunications cable, and you know, it's not going to affect navigation or things like that.
It seems like there needs to be a resolution between what are the responsibilities of the JART and what are the responsibilities of the applicants. You know, which information shall be provided by the applicant? And for example, this historic cultural resources, that shouldn't be an expectation of the applicant. That should be a responsibility of the agency on review of the application. And it seems like this list has responsibilities for both the applicant and the JART.
well, I think that, I mean, just to respond to that, I think that there is a duty on the agency for cultural resources, et cetera, but I also think that an applicant with even some basic Googling or resources that BOEM and others are putting out, could, when they're looking to route their project, if they knew that there was an important area, you could look at avoiding that before you ever came to the state and said, we want to drive a cable here, right? Like that's, and then, you know, so to answer, I don't, anyone can answer this question, but I think the idea was that all of this information we're saying would be provided by an applicant, except for where it says for pipelines and other utilities, we're not expecting a cable, you know, anybody doing a cable project to provide that.
And to, I guess, add on, the implication is that if it isn't applicable, the applicant would be saying, hey, this isn't applicable because of.
Yeah, we do not believe this is applicable, or there will be no impact. Or, you know, we're not planning to place any equipment or structure.
And we see that, like with our removal fill applications, they talk about alternative analysis, and, you know, other, you know, sections within the JPA. They will talk about, you know, these resources aren't here, so we didn't have to, you know, mitigate or avoid them or minimize the impact.
Yeah, I understand that. It's just that there's a cost to saying this doesn't apply. There's a cost every time the permitting contractor goes through. He's going to have to look at all the things that he has to spell out specifically. This doesn't apply, and there's why it doesn't apply. It seems like that's burdensome to me.
But I don't want that burden to be. Because the applicant is the one.
I agree. I think
Proposing this activity, so we shouldn't be the ones that say.
Yeah, but aren't you the ones that, if you don't agree with our saying it doesn't apply, would say, no, we disagree with you, it does apply? So the burden is on the
We
state.
would have to, I mean, that would be something. Work out in that application in the JART process, you know. Then there might be good reasons why the applicant thinks that certain requirements don't, you know, are applicable, and we may disagree, but a conversation will work that out.
Yeah, I think this is the purpose of pre-application meeting, when basically applicants come and present the project at the early stage. And there is a different folks from different agency that, and this is discussion process, what should be applicable, what should be not, because it will be representative of different state, federal is needed, or local government. So that's the purpose of the application. We don't know, like, if before you just come to just apply, submit application to DSL, and you already see like some location and project, and DSL consider that as part of application. That's why we require pre-application meeting, that it could be discussed in the early stage, what should be included, and all folks know what type of permits are required. And I think in that, yeah, this is just bullet point of that information that may apply, but depends on the project that applicants present during the application meeting. Agency might say, no, it's not relevant. So you already know what should be in application when you submit the real application form.
So,
Jeff
Jeff,
has had it,
yeah.
Hi. So in my experience with the permitting process for other types of coastal projects, I have seen cases where the applicant is required to conduct some pre-approval subsurface investigation as part of their process with SHPO or the Army Corps' archaeologist, to better identify whether there's a likelihood that archaeological resources may exist in the project area. Alternatively, there may be a requirement to develop an inadvertent discovery plan as a condition of their permit. In other words, what do you do if you find something? Or to have a qualified archaeologist on site during any ground disturbing activities. And all of these requirements would be as part of meeting the requirements under Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act, as well as the state statutes regarding the protection of archaeological resources. So there may be cases where there is additional information required prior to project approval.
That certainly applies to physical tangible resources, but traditional use areas, that sort of thing that don't have a physical tangible manifestation. Historic sites, I'm thinking of Camp Castaway on the North Spit. That's where the first European settlers came that established residency. They shipwrecked on the North Spit. So that is a site, and there was contact there. There's no tangible evidence of that there, but it is a site of a historic event that happened. And that gets you into this other intangible realm of aesthetics. So on one hand, you may not know where the archaeological site is because it's buried, but on the other hand, how are you going to say what someone considers as beautiful? And I see that we've accepted here this notion of aesthetics as one of those resources that would need to be considered. So it's not just archaeological, physical, tangible stuff. It's, you know, this could be the place where a traditional story has emerged. So in my experience working with tribes, particularly the Confederated Tribes of Kuzul and Nakwa and Siaslaw, they consider a landscape the traditional cultural property. And that's an aesthetic thing, but it's a culturally significant thing without any necessarily tangible evidence there. But it doesn't mean it's not significant.
Scott?
yeah, this would be on page 16 of the markup copy. And it's 4.4.4.3. It says physical and chemical conditions, including but not limited to, and then it gives bathymetry, shoreline topography is A. And then it says additionally for pipelines or other utilities or fixtures, B, C, D. Does that additionally for pipelines or other utilities or fixtures apply just to those three bullets, or is it go on down to 4.4.4.4.5.6.
No, it's just those three bullets.
Just those three bullets are the only thing, okay.
I'm sorry, Scott.
Right here at the bottom of.
4.4.4.3.
On both of those, actually.
Jeff?
So there's,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
there's three things that are exempted, I guess, for cables: wave regime, current velocities, and dispersal. Okay, okay, that makes sense to me. But moving down, I think there's probably some other things that probably, given the history of cables, shouldn't really be included in an application for submarine cables.
Jeff?
In the Word version I'm looking at, section 4.4, routing and landing, I had a word meaning question for you all. The first sentence says, I'll let you catch up to me here.
What page?
Oh, this is page 19, I believe.
No, we don't.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, okay.
It's 4.4.
Yes. So it says locations for new cables, pipelines, or other utilities shall conserve areas available to ocean fisheries. What does the word conserve mean to everyone in this case? Because this is a standard that we would include as an enforceable policy.
Well, I think it keeps areas that are currently used by fisheries available for use. That's how I would interpret that.
So does that mean you are barred from putting a pipeline or cable there, or you may put a pipeline or cable there so long as the use is not affected?
I would note that the word conserve was used, which I, at least normally in sort of think management parlance, like conserve doesn't mean protect. There is like a difference, I think, right, where conserve can include multiple uses as long as you're, you guys, you'd say preserve those areas, but like, you're not saying protect all areas available to ocean fisheries. Does that make sense? But I do hear you that it's maybe a little vague on what we mean by that.
I mean, my thinking is that we're trying to keep what is already available to ocean fisheries still available to ocean fisheries, but that doesn't mean that a cable can't circle through it. But if it does, it can't be, a conflict in the sense that the ocean fisheries, or those areas available to ocean fisheries don't.
So the definition of conserve that I had put in the glossary of terms is to manage in a manner that the integrity, diversity, stability, complexity, and the productivity of marine biological communities and their habitats are maintained or, where necessary, restored, accommodating the need for economic development while avoiding wasteful uses and maintaining people.
Wow. So this sentence has a lot of meaning for federal consistency purposes. Then if you are saying that the locations for new cables shall conserve areas available to ocean fisheries, I mean, shoot, if that's your definition of conserve, this is a very strong and big requirement.
Well, Jeff, this is Scott. The cables in Oregon waters have been, in every case that I'm aware of, have been, the continued uses have been able to continue. Their cable has been buried in most all of it, and continue. The use is the same uses now, just as it was before the cable was put in, and in every cable that I know of.
So a commercial fishing vessel would come up to a cable. They don't have to do anything different.
Well, there's lots of different commercial fisheries, but a buried cable, we fish right over buried cables all the time, every day. They're buried down, they're so deep, very well buried that there's no impact to the cable or to the fishermen. So in my mind, by burying the cable, you are conserving the use.
But I do agree that if we're defining the term that way, it might not fit here. Like conserve might be the wrong term.
Yeah, this is
We
the
might
way we
take it
define that is pretty.
Well, we also talk about conserving marine habitats, which, so if you like read that, it would kind of be like, shall preserve marine habitats, et cetera, with areas available. It kind of just wouldn't, if you added the definition in there, of what we mean by conserve, it might just not make sense.
It also talks about the productivity of marine biological communities.
And it also talks about accommodating the needs for economic development.
It seems like an overly broad use of the term in that place.
Yeah, you might end up finding that we have to pit this sentence against the criteria developed in 3A. It seems like those two would either need to be fully compatible, or else you might run into some issues.
Marcus,
Yep.
I would encourage you to do a search and replace function for terminology associated with fisheries. Because here now we have reference to ocean fisheries, and elsewhere we have reference to commercial fisheries, and further elsewhere we have reference to recreational fisheries. And I think fishing is fishing. So this is the first I've actually attended to this term ocean fisheries. And maybe that's preferable, because I don't understand really the distinction between recreational and commercial fisheries. It's fishing. And the objective is to sustain fishing. So why would you make the distinction between commercial and recreational fishing in this case? So I would just encourage you to take a look at how you reference fishing, because I see it referenced 3 different ways, or characterized in 3 different ways here. And just for simplicity, it might be good to just have that cleaned up in the document.
I mean, usually we talk about the fisheries maintaining access. So like, it's like about, you know, that new cables pipeline shall, you know, maintain access to fish for fisheries or something. I think that works for cables. I think it could be problematic for pipelines and otherwise, because there's probably going to be times where potentially a pipeline would displace fisheries. And so we have to think about that. So as an enforceable policy, because I think it might work for buried cables, but it probably would work for a pipeline and where this is future talking, like who knows what's going to be out there. So there's proposals to pipe fresh water all over the place. So, you know, who knows what we're going to be. But so I think we need to rethink that a little bit. It might work for cables. I just don't know that it work for other things. A fixture is not, a fixture would definitely, you know, something affixed to the C4 out there, a trawl would run it over or something, you know, I mean, it could be damaged trawl gear or vice versa, damaged equipment.
Scott. Yeah, while we're at 4.4 routing and landing, the last sentence shows new rights of way may be required to be located as close to existing rights of way as possible, or with sufficient capacity to enable future expansion within the approved right of way. I'm not sure where that came from or why it's there, but
This is from part 5.
it's in the case of submarine cable owners, typically they like to have some diversity between cable routes. They don't want any one event to take out multiple cables. We had, in fact, at the beginning of the OFCC, it was one of our requests is, can't you put all the cables close together? And they said, absolutely not. That's the last thing we want, because they had a ship, they talked about a ship on the East Coast that came out of port, and they didn't realize that their anchor had gotten loose and was drowned. And East Coast is shallow, so they're steaming up the coast, all the while breaking cables as they go. And cable owners were seeing one after another being broken, and they thought it was the start of World War III. Their cables are, you know, it was a crisis. Huh?
No, they have them buried.
Big ship anchor.
Yeah.
And so, anyway, they said, we don't want to have cables located close together. We need diversity. So if there's a landslide or a ship dragging anchor, something that only affects one area and not or
Yeah.
one cable or not a bunch of cables, so.
But I want to push back on that because I do like the idea of cable corridors, and it's something that's certainly becoming practice elsewhere, and think that we could still have multiple cable corridors coming in, but that it is important to think about if we're laying them in the same areas and having cable corridors also for the on-land infrastructure piece. I know we've heard about needing flexibility for cable laying, but I think it's important that we encourage putting these things into the same place. And it can be multiple places, but I really like the idea of cable corridors and would encourage those. I think that that's good policy, and I do think it's where other jurisdictions are going.
Also, that sentence doesn't say must, it says may.
Yeah.
That's why I said it should be shall.
Yeah, I really would have to push back on the shall because there's a maintenance standard that requires, I mean, all cable owners that are part of ICPC have worked together to develop guidelines, and they say you won't put cables so close together that you can't repair one. You have to have some physical separation so that when you grapple to bring one cable up for repair, you don't inadvertently take the neighboring cable and bring it up with it.
Well,
So there's a standard already in place for this spacing between.
But couldn't those standards be nested close to one another?
Right.
With enough distance?
Yeah, if you kept,
So that,
if you kept.
like,
the
there's
standard,
a broad enough corridor.
So it's kind of happening naturally, right? These
Right.
tables all tend to land in the same. I don't think you necessarily need to put rules around it. It's the way it's
If you
happening.
look at the maps,
Yeah.
Yeah,
they're concentrated.
yeah.
Like,
So I don't think you have to
all-
say there has to be a corridor. It's happening naturally because it makes sense to land
But
cables in
it's
those areas.
happening with telecommunications cables.
Right.
Yeah.
It won't necessarily happen with renewable energy cables.
Which still have to be repaired.
It's
So
also
Because they're only gonna be able to go.
They're gonna go turbine to shore. And that has different criteria than what a fiber optics cable would have.
Yeah, I also would flag, again, this doesn't just apply to cables, it applies to pipelines, other utilities, fixtures. So we should think about probably grouping these things. The ocean is a busy place, and we're already trying to do a lot there. I also would encourage that we very explicitly say there shall be no routing through marine reserves and marine protected areas.
The nature of the way Europe is experiencing wind energy cable landings is such that individual wind energy developers develop their own shoreside substations. And there ended up being a proliferation of individual corporate substations developed both offshore and onshore. And Europe just suddenly realized, oh my God, we have this proliferation. They had to institute policies that just said, we can't have this proliferation. We may actually need to require infrastructure to be shared to minimize the number of cable to shore landings. And they're developing new policies now because it's really expensive to build a wind farm. If there's no distribution or transmission infrastructure in place when you're building one, you build your own, and you don't build it to have capacity for someone else. Even though it's going to be better for coastal management purposes to have one big offshore substation that serves multiple wind farms. That's not how these things evolve in the absence of a policy. It's because the individual companies that are building wind farms are building the necessary infrastructure to get their power to shore, and they're not going to be building it for someone else to share, because that just adds expense to the project. So there is experience there, and it may be an argument for high voltage transmission corridors that may not necessarily apply to the natural clustering of fiber optic transmission cable.
Yeah, from the research we've done on this, that there is a move towards cable corridors. Just generally, this is becoming more of an issue with offshore wind. We're gonna need more telecommunication cables, like we're
They're
gonna
much
need more.
bigger than an island that serves multiple offshore providers. They aggregate the power there. But it's a utility takes over as opposed to the producer. The power generator, basically the utility is creating that offshore infrastructure as opposed to the individual power producer that's contributing to So there's big policy things that have to do with proliferation of cable landings in the offshore wind energy.
I know that we're in the middle of a lot of discussion right now, but we have about 20 minutes left, and Andy had some points he wanted to bring up that we talked about. Sorry, so I wanted to make sure that we had time for that.
Yeah, thank you. And Marcus and I will work to turn around the comments that we've received today. So the group has full amount of time before our next meeting to consider and provide us with suggested revisions. I think it's important for this group as a working group to come to a point of agreement or blessing of a document that we're going to send to OPAC. So I do think at our next meeting, towards the end of the meeting, we all need to come around to a point where we can agree and forward on the work that we've done to date. If we have places where we have not come to agreement, then what I'd like to do is present the alternatives to OPAC so that they can hear the discussion, they can weigh in and decide how they want to move forward on the amendment process. So when Marcus put up the original schedule with comments being accepted a week after the meeting next time, I think that's problematic. I think if there are going to be additional comments that come in related to the Part 4 work, those actually will need to go to OPAC. How does the group feel about that as a goal for our next meeting, to get to a point where we can say we've worked hard on our revisions, we've got to a point where we agree there may be some places where we send some alternatives to OPAC, but I do want to send them a document that has a bit of a bow tie around it, so that we're not just handing everything and all of the potential issues to them without any pathways for resolution. So that would be my goal for our next meeting and our work together. And I think that we can get there, because I don't think that we're too far off. I think that we're making changes around the edge of most things. I think we've got a lot of the structure in place that we want. I think we have some fine tuning. But I just wanted to forecast that for you all, because as staff for the Ocean Policy Advisory Council, and this will be going to them for their next meeting. I do want to make it easier for Tara and Marcus and myself to relay the work that we've done over the last year, so that they can have the benefit of that knowledge. Scott,
when is the OPAC meeting?
That I'm hoping will be scheduled or determined on Monday of next week. Yeah, so we have
Rough idea?
It's last 2 weeks of May is when our scheduling poll was out. And I think there were 3 dates that were the best options, and I can't remember them off the top of my head, but there were some on the early part of the window and some at the late part of the window during. So middle of May to the end of May is our date range.
And is it your goal and expectation that OPAC will make one decision at that time, or do you think this will be a multi-meeting process with OPAC?
I would love it if OPAC could make a decision in a single meeting, but I'm not going to promise that at this time. I need to, Susan and Tara, thankfully, have been paying attention as participants all along the way. So I think that they know and understand how close we are as a group. But I can't say that the rest of OPAC will have been paying as close attention. And I think we will need to give them some enough time so that they can consider what we're bringing to them. I'm hopeful that we could act in June, but I'm realistic in that it may take an additional meeting.
Andy, do you forward draft motions to OPAC?
We can forward draft motions to OPAC.
You mean if the working group were to propose one, or?
Yeah,
Yeah.
or as staff would, because sometimes it seems that these deliberative bodies, if there's uncertainty, my experience has been that they're more inclined to take action if they have a draft staff recommendation in front of them, so that someone can table it as a motion, and then that would precipitate or focus the discussion.
Yeah, I think in the instance where we as a group do not come to consensus, that the staff may provide a recommendation to OPAC. But again, that would be an OPAC decision to.
Yeah, right, but it still frames it, if
But there
they're
would be.
uncertain and if they haven't done the depth of analysis, they would. If you've done good staff work, they're inclined to defer to that as a starting point for their discussion. There's always the option out, but, and you could even forward 3 or 4 recommended courses of action.
Right, and that, and, you know, in the case where we haven't come to consensus on everything, I think we would want to provide a range of options that make sense and would give OPAC, you know, the ability to understand the spectrum of their options. I personally don't want to have to make any of those recommendations, because I hope we can all get to a point where we agree, because I think that's you know, where some of these processes can get sticky and more controversial. So I hope that we can bring ourselves to a resolution that we can all be happy with. But you know, so the pathway is that we will have our recommendation that is forwarded to OPAC. They will have a draft in front of them of the rule amendment. They could propose any amendments they want to that draft while it's in their court, so to speak. And once they make a recommendation, then it would go to my commission. So that there will be additional public comment opportunities along the way. But the optimum situation would be that we are in alignment as a group, that OPAC likes what we've done, forwards it along, and then my commission can bless it, you know, with the blessing of the stakeholders on OPAC.
One pathway that can come if this group can't perhaps come to a resolution on a sticking point is that this group could seek guidance from OPAC for how we should go about resolving that. And they can punt it back to us with instructions or with clarifying guidance, just to say, well, we'd like you to consider it this way, to craft that language that would reflect these recommendations. So I don't necessarily view, even if we send them a document that has unresolved elements, it could be framed as a conversation between this work group and OPAC to say, hey, could you advise us on this? Tell us how we should approach this resolution of this issue. We'll craft it for you and get it back to you. So it's not like we just hand it off and it's up to them. It could be framed as a conversation as well.
Yeah, I'm certainly open to that.
With the understanding that we're on a
very short
Yeah.
timeline.
Yeah, but I mean, I expect that without having any idea how it's going to go at our next meeting, I expect there's a consensus on the bulk of this. What's been developed so far, there might be a little spot here and there that just can't figure out, you know, it's cultural resources thing or whatever. Just to say, hey, could you advise us on how we should be approaching this thing? We've got supplements.
Yeah,
And that should be able to be resolved fairly quickly because it's a really focused discussion.
Right.
With
And our goal and the legislative direction is that, you know, OPAC would come out with a recommendation on amendments to Part 4, you know, by the end of the biennium. And I don't know that OPAC has been directed by the legislature before to answer questions on that timeline. You know, there's a possibility OPAC could act to approve, you know, some of the rule amendments and put off, you know, few others until a later point in time. I think there's creative and flexible ways. Regardless, there would be some transition, and staff roles, because Marcus's time will be done at the department in June. So that would be transitioned to me. I would carry the group forward as need be. But those are all like kind of what if scenarios at this moment. So we're gonna work hard to, you know, come down the last leg of this work and complete it as best we can, and hopefully, you know, we'll provide OPAC with something that they'll be happy with, and we can move forward. Or at least they will be able to make those policy decisions and calls. And then, you know, act.
So Andy, do you envision sending out like a clean document, maybe in addition to the track changes one?
Yeah.
Help focus, because it seems like there's a lot of,
Oh,
well, there's a lot of, you know,
Red line.
there's a lot of red lines and things, and it's hard to know which of these are things that are like outstanding issues that are unresolved, and which are different, you know, language changes that everybody agrees with. So
Yeah.
I think that might help focus the next meeting.
Marcus has got to eat his Wheaties between now and our May meeting, so he can get that lift all the way done. Because it's a pretty big lift, so.
Okay.
But yep, that's the goal.
Any other thoughts about the next meeting?
We scheduled that for full.
May 10th.
Held that for May, yeah, that's what it's in my calendar.
Somewhat.
And is that, are we planning to do in person, or, I mean, obviously probably remote, but, or hybrid? But
I think all virtual, just because of the crunch that we have for everything else, like planning another hybrid meeting would be a little bit more than I would like to take on with what I have to do between now and then.
If some of you would like to come to the LCD, I would be happy to log you into the meeting from there as a participant. I think that we could do that.
Yeah.
Pretty easily from one of our conference rooms. Yeah. Let me know if you'd like an in-person portion of that meeting, and I can seek to find a room for us.
I defer to the group. I mean, I think it is beneficial to be in person. I found this to be really helpful. I just hope that the people online have not felt neglected. I think we've been doing a really good job of including. Yeah. I do think that the conversation flows better, but I'm open to either.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we have availability of a conference room, we can reserve that. I just don't think that we really have the ability to like book a offsite space and do all of the,
This is a field trip. I mean, this is,
Yeah.
this, we got a manhole cover, we got.
Exactly. So if there were things that were not covered in this meeting, because we didn't get through the entire text, if there were things, please get those comments to me in Word document form, because I do look at those and I do incorporate those into the changes for the next draft. So I would absolutely love that. Otherwise, I guess we can totally end here.
Yeah, so show of hands in the room here, how many are going on the site tour so that we know everyone?
Well, that's why we're here.
I was just wanting to make sure that like, you're not. When I'm counting people, I just want to know, so.
No, it's about that family salad. That was.
We've got 12 of us.
Thank you, everybody online, for joining us. We'll see you next time.
Yep, take care. Thank you, folks.
Susan's like, emoji, whatever that is. I mean, we got our.